welcome back. Welcome back to day 2. How's everyone doing? Some familiar faces from last night. All right. It's time to apply. It's time to have a beautiful start to the week. Let me get everything set up. All right. So, welcome back. Happy Monday. Wait a few minutes. Everyone jumps in. We got a full day ahead of us. That is for sure. Full day ahead of us. Coffee's hot. Love it. Last night's session was great. Appreciate that, Brian. Thank you, man. That was fun. I enjoyed that. A lot of things coming true, too, from what we saw yesterday, right? A lot of things sort of coming true. That supply high we talked about, we already see it this morning. So a lot of good things from yesterday starting to make a lot of sense when you apply what we talked about into today. You see it already on the charts. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's like I didn't sleep. I'm in the same outfit. Back right here. Basically got off that stream last night. Watched some Inventing Anna. I don't know if you guys have ever watched that show. That's a great show. I'm trying to finish it. And then went to bed. Do I have it cold in the office? It's a little chilly in here today. Got to keep it cold. Right when that temp went up, it started to sweat real quickly. Yeah, we'll get a Q&A today for sure. Blissful. We'll get a Q&A today. Definitely. So today is day 2. Today we do our prep. Today we prepare for the markets. We take what we learned yesterday and apply it to live markets. Game plan for the trading day. We'll have our giveaways today. We'll announce the Black Friday stuff that we're doing. So it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. Thanks for stopping in early. To all those that are here early, make sure to press that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you are new to the channel. And Broncos won. Appreciate that. That's the day one inside joke right there. Where's Chris Kringle? That's the other person I'm looking for. Chris Kringle. That was the other inside joke. All right. Let's get started. Press that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We are going to prep like we always do every single morning, which is get started on the economic earnings calendar, get started on our levels and our game plan. We got some stuff to talk about, some stuff overnight to talk about. Google, Berkshire Hathaway. We got the Netflix split that has been established. That is, that happened. So we'll talk about that. And some really interesting setups, also some not interesting setups, right? Some things that look really good and some things that don't look very good. So let's go ahead and jump into it. I'm going to sit down for this one. I just feel like I need to sit for now. We'll probably be up and down throughout the stream, but for now, let's go ahead and sit down and let's lock in. So first thing is first. Let's go ahead and pull up our economic calendar. Let's see what we're looking at for this week. So let me pull that up. Here we go. And right. Let me make sure everything is set up on my OBS correctly. I believe it is. How's this look? All right, good. All right, so OBS is good. And here is the Forex Factory today. So today, really not much to worry about. I don't see much out there to really be too concerned about. I see FOMC member Waller speaking at 3:35, but man, I hope we're not trading at 3:35. I sure hope we're not. We do have the Empire State Manufacturing Index at 8:30, so we can be looking out for that in the pre-market in about 24 minutes. So let's go ahead and see what happens there, just watching price action. Don't think anything else here really does much for the markets today, so not too much to worry about today. Tomorrow, really not too much to worry about either. We have a few FOMC members speaking, factory orders, nothing that's going to move the needle, in my opinion. Wednesday, we do have FOMC minutes. That's FOMC minutes. So it's really not, the FOMC meeting. It's just the minutes, just a little press release, basically. So I don't really expect too much there, but of course we will pay attention to it. Thursday, average hourly earnings, non-farm employment change, unemployment rate. That's probably your biggest day of the week right there. And then we close the week on Friday, manufacturing PMI, services PMI, consumer sentiment, inflation expectations. So pretty basic week in terms of economic data, but there is nothing basic when you come to the earnings calendar. And you guys know, I'm sure you've already seen the earnings calendar and the importance of it, and that is right here. This guy right here, NVIDIA, on Wednesday. So here's a good, start to the week, and to understand this, a little education for you. You have, NVIDIA earnings just sitting here on Wednesday. What does that do for me, or what is my mindset when I see that? My mindset when I see that right there is that I'm going to be cautious on semiconductors both today and tomorrow, right? I'm going to be aware that semiconductors will likely be pretty muted in my assumption. That would be my expectation prior to this event right here, right? Because you guys know that everything is going to be based off of what the NVIDIA earnings does for NVIDIA itself, for the SMH, and likely for the NASDAQ, right? So I'm a little bit careful the first 2 days prior to this event, and cautious that we might just see a balanced move, not really any type of one-sided direction with that anticipation for that event, right? So that's sort of what I look at when I see something like that. That's what my mindset is when I see something like that. So stepping into today, I'll be a little bit cautious on the semis, understanding that NVIDIA earnings is on Wednesday, okay? We do have some retailers. Now that looking at this, I see some big retail names. I have Home Depot here, right? That's a big retailer. I see Target, big retailer. TJX, big retailer. Lowe's, big retail name. Walmart, huge retail name, right? BJ's, big retail name. Get your mind out of the gutter. So that's, those are some big retail names this week. So watching retail stocks, seeing how they respond to all of these earnings, that is also something that's interesting, right? How do the retailers do? Maybe, the retailers are typically a great read on the economy, right? So retailers typically are the looked at earnings to understand the state of the economy and seeing what people are spending, etc. So that's, interesting as well with all those retailers there as well, right? And that's really it. Nothing else really interests me there. You got the PANW, which is a big name. That's really it. I don't see much else, right? So retailers, big. NVIDIA, semiconductors, big, right? Those are your two big ones for the week, okay? All right. So as we speak, we are looking at a NASDAQ futures that's selling off pretty good. And if you guys came to yesterday's stream, which I hope you did, and that stream was private, so a lot of you probably did not. You had to register and you had to, be there registered and ready to go. If you came to yesterday's stream, we were talking about the fact that we were pushing into a supply level above at that 25,394 level. Right, I'm sure a lot of you guys yesterday, we spent about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours on understanding key levels. And you can see that daily high, we're starting on the NASDAQ futures today, that daily high that we were watching right here, that 25,400, 25,394, that was our big spot that we were talking about in a lot of detail. Look at the daily candle that we are starting to see right off of that level, right? This is a concern of mine. This was my concern last night. And you can see that this this downside move is already coming in as we speak. So this is pretty damn clear to me today that you are not wanting to be long into this supply above, right? This is starting to prove to me that we're looking at a little bit of a pop and fade type of market. And if you guys were trading with me on Friday, those of you in the group, there was one thing that I was very clear about, that this is not a strong upside move. On Friday, the move to the upside was simply a short covering rally, right? You moved lower aggressively throughout the week. You had a lot of short covering into demand, and you basically just got this straight up move of a short covering rally and probably some short traps down at the lows that fueled the short covering rally, right? So you had shorts covering making money, and then you had shorts covering who got trapped in the morning open and pretty much just caused this fuel to the upside on a short covering rally, sort of resetting back into the middle of the range. Very clear. That to me is not a strong move because of why? Because you are still rejecting these lows, these lows, these lows, right? These areas that we were talking about yesterday, these triple bottom lows from last week, you need to get above that level, right? And look at what's happening right at our supply this morning, just getting smacked right at that level. So it looked like you were trying to get some upside last night. That again, like we talked about, we had our NTZ. That is meaningless action, right? It is all about what happens at these major inflection points. And when I zoom out on this 4-hour chart, my major inflection point is these highs and these highs. And you can see, look at the rejection that's coming in this morning. Very aggressive, right? And so this keeps me looking for the potential of downside today. Anything south of 25,400 and this 25,500 zone, anything south of these previous rejections right here, I have no reason to be looking long. Zero reason to be looking long back into this daily pivot right here. If you get back above that, that is a very clear reason to long. I mean, that would be the best long you could possibly ask for, is a reclaim of these highs right here, right? But you are not getting that. You are seeing these highs that we talked about last night in great, great detail turn into rejections. And so I hope for you that showed up yesterday, you're starting to see how this is applying to live markets right now as we speak. It is a perfect failure at that exact spot. I mean, you're basically off by 30 points before you just started to get a big sell into the market open. So this is extremely clear today. Now, what does that mean? Well, this means that if you wanted to be short, unfortunately, it's gone, right? Unfortunately, the short is now gone. And why do I say that? As of right now, the short is gone because you needed to be short near the supply high. So, if you were a futures trader, which, nice opportunity. If you were a futures trader, maybe you saw that in the overnight session and said, hey, I want to look for a short off this supply high. Well, you'd be getting paid for almost 400 points right now. So really nice. I adjusted some stuff here a little bit, and we'll go over that. Every morning at 6:30 a.m., we have a Zoom call with the group, the mentorship group on key levels. We create these levels around 6:30 a.m. every morning. So that's what, I've already spent 2 hours, it's pretty much, a little bit over 2 hours on creating levels this morning. So we'll go over it. But I just wanted to sort of start here, right? Start on this conversation today about how that major supply that we created last night around that 25,400 is starting to show rejections, right? And so that short is over. Now what are we watching? 25,000 Thursday's lows, right? Right here. Look at this Thursday low. 25,000 lows, right? 25,000 lows from Friday. So we have these lows from Thursday. We have these rejections from Friday pre-market. And we have this low right here from Friday end of day. So we are coming down right into demand. So we have Thursday's lows demand at 25,000. We have this daily supply at 25,400. And we have our range from Friday afternoon, right, that we are trading within. So for me today, right, I'm looking at this NASDAQ futures. I got demand lows at 25,000. I got my daily supply at 25,400. I got my very clear range of sideways consolidation on Friday. This is the area that I'm going to be careful of, taking some kind of random entry in the center of this point. I would look to be short at these highs, I could potentially look to long these lows depending on price action. But if we do see this downside move here, right, continue to fuel downside into the open, I love the potential downside move under 25,000 today. That is probably my top watch of the day. Under 25,000 on the NASDAQ futures, underneath this right here, if we fail back under this Thursday low and these Friday pre-market rejections, if we see a failure, clear failure, break and retest rejection underneath this spot, that is likely my favorite trade for a short back down into the Friday low a day. That to me is my favorite spot today, right? That would be a clear, very clear and very easy to understand trade saying, hey, if we turn Thursday's lows into rejections today, if I see clear rejections on the price action at this level, that would be a failure under this Friday low. That would be a failure under the Friday pivot, right? And that would provide me likely an opportunity through this area right here. So that is my first game plan of the day today, is potentially looking for the short side under 25,000 after seeing this supply level reject the level that we saw last night, the level that we talked about last night. So very clear there, very nice watch. Now, here's the thing, right? If you guys remember that example from yesterday, remember those three examples we talked about, the bounce, the trap, and then the break and retest. Remember that last night? I'm sure some of you do. So that type of education that we talked about last night absolutely applies right here, 25,000. We're not shorting into 25,000. We're not shorting on a 1 minute candle breakdown under 25,000. We are looking for a break and retest rejection. That must show up, right? That must show up. So we're not going to just say, oh, Desi said short 25,000 today, so I'm short right here into that demand low. That's how you lose. That's the same people that longed here, all right? Oh, look, the market's up. I'm going to long right here. Bam, down. Oh, look, the market's down. I'm going to short into this demand low. Bam, straight back up. So we're not short into 25,000. We are not short on a one candle break under 25,000. We are only short on a break and retest rejection, right? Where we see clear price action showing rejections under that key level. And that is a must to execute the trade. So for now, it's just a game plan. It's not any type of, we must take that trade today. It is simply a game plan, and that is where we're going to be watching price action, right? Then we take that information into the intraday and use that information and use that thought process to find a potential trade. If that does not happen, the trade invalidates and we don't take a trade, right? That's it. So that's my NTZ today on the NASDAQ futures. Now, how did I get these levels? I'll show you one more time just really quickly. If I go up to the 4-hour chart, you guys can see right here, we have these 4-hour highs right there at 25,394. And between that and these lows from last week, right here, I have my supply zone of around 100 points on the NASDAQ futures, right? We have these lows, that daily low, 25,394, and these daily lows, or these 1-hour lows here at 25,500, and right in between that would be anywhere I'd expect to see supply, okay? If I zoom out and I go to the 4-hour chart, I can see there is definitely some very clear demand down below at our 24,709, which we bounced off on Friday. I also have this 4-hour high back here. I'm actually going to go ahead and give you that exact level there. This is a 4-hour high. Oh, I got to change this. So we have a 4-hour high right there. I would say anywhere between this zone right here, right? I'm going to go zoom in. Yep, that is where you held there. That is the Thursday low. I would say anywhere between this area here, 25,027. That's our level from last night. If you remember, that was the level we had. 25,027 to 25,000 flat, also being a very key psychological level. That is my area that we could hold, right? Right here, and you can already see in the pre-market, we're starting to see some buying step up off that level, right? So that's my demand low. That's my supply high. This is my NTZ. if I'm going to trade, if I really feel like I have to trade inside of this zone today, the only trades are longs here and shorts here. So if I really feel the desire to go out there on a Monday morning and start firing right at the open, then maybe I long this low, but that doesn't get that interesting to me. Why is this? Here's a good conversation for us today. Why is this long less interesting than this short, right? Why is that? The reason for that is because of the recent trend, right? I look at this trend recently, the last 2 to 3 weeks, and I see downside, right? I see this starting to trade to the downside, right here. I'm starting to see a little bit of a change in direction on the trend. This is sort of a medium-term trend. Obviously, the long-term trend is still very bullish, but right now the medium-term trend is sort of downtrending. So I am a little bit concerned about longing in a market that has shown me pretty clear, lower high, lower low continuation here. So if we're turning, and also the importance of the level is also very something to realize here, right? If we go to the daily chart, this rejection is much more important than, I would say, this low, personally. This rejection right here is a huge, huge double top on the daily chart from back in October. And the fact that we're looking at a daily candle like this off that level right now, that gives me a little bit more confidence that there's some weakness here. And I would be less interested in longing this low personally for now. Maybe until the market proves me otherwise. But for now, I'm less interested in this long down here than I am to the rejections up at this major supply that we're seeing this morning. So sort of the importance of the levels, how big are the levels? This daily supply up here is more important than this Thursday low to me. This Thursday low can absolutely break after failing a daily chart high. So that's sort of in my mind right now. There's no attendance form this week, at least not today and tomorrow. S&P 500, let's move on. So that's my game plan on the NASDAQ futures. And of course, we'll be talking about this game plan and going through this all day today. We're going to be live today from 8 to 12. So we're not going to be taking any breaks. You guys can stick with me all throughout the day as we live trade. We go from pre-market prep to intraday trading. The people on X, we are going to end the X stream, the Twitter stream. Going to move that over to YouTube at right around 9 o'clock. So if you want to trade live with me today, if you're over there on X, you're going to have to come over to YouTube. That is what I will be doing at that time. Okay, S&P 500 futures. I'm going to delete this level for now because it's sort of irrelevant. What are we doing on the S&P 500 futures? We are rejecting 67.90 to 68.12. Now, let me show you what 68.12 is. I'm going to go ahead and put this as a very clear, I'm going to take everything off the charts here, and I'm just going to give you one singular level, okay? One singular level to show you here. And it's 68.12. It's actually 68.12.25, okay? 0.25. And before we move any further, if I could get you to press the like button, that would be great. We got 3,200 people here today, which is awesome. Nice increase in people. And if you guys could please press that like button, get us to at least, I'm going to say our goal today is at least 2,000. I mean, that should be our goal. 2,000 likes today, definitely our goal. Can I do... Can I hit a goal at likes? They don't let me do, They only let me do, YouTube's, they're greedy, man. YouTube's greedy. They only let me do a goal for super chats, which is like a monetary goal. I'm not even asking for a monetary goal. I'm asking for a like goal. All right, YouTube's being greedy. Give me a like goal. That's all I care. So what we can see here today, right? The one level that I'm going to give you is this high right here, and it is 68.12.25. 68.12.25. Why? Why is that my level? Well, take a look at this, guys. Look at this daily chart. Remember we talked about this last night on the NASDAQ? Remember we talked about how important levels come off of big downside moves, right? This was our 4% downside move here on the NASDAQ futures right here at our 25 394. Now, if you look at the ES, that big downside move of almost 4% as well. What did the ES go down that day? The ES was down around 4% that day. What was the high of that candle? It was right in here between 6806 to 6812. That was these highs right here. Look at where you're rejecting this morning. Let me go back to my charts. Let me go here. Look at the rejections that you are coming off of this morning. You are failing that 6806 to 6812 level right there. I have it down at 6790. I'll show you why. But that major daily high, 6812, look what's happening at that level on the intraday. This is important. This is telling, right? This is something to pay attention to. These are those moves on the market that you need to pay attention to. The fact that we are turning these highs and this 6790 high into a rejection this morning is an important reaction. A reaction that must be paid attention to. A reaction that it is now really quite foolish. It's really quite foolish and sort of quite, in my opinion, whether I'm right or wrong here, it is irrational now at this point to be long into that level. Being long into that level would basically tell me that you have no regard for what's going on in the market. Whether this goes straight up today or not, whether I become wrong from that statement that I just said, that statement is not a matter of I know what's going to happen, okay? That statement is basically, it means I am going against my levels, going against my analysis, being long, knowing that this supply is here and that I'm seeing 4-hour rejection candles off that level. What am I doing being long now after seeing that? I'm basically going against everything on the larger term time frames. So at this point, it's pretty hard for me to be confidently long if we are continuing to fail this zone right here, knowing how important that is on a larger term time frame. Whether I am right or wrong, that is irrelevant. If this market goes up and it does get back above, right, of course we're going to have the Timmies and Jimmies that come back and say, Desi said it doesn't right to be long, and look at the market, it went straight up today. That's not what I'm trying to get across, right? If the market's strong today and showing strong price action, we're going to be able to react to that. If I see a break and retest to 6812 today and it holds, I'll long it, right? I will 100% long that if I see that happen. But with the information that we currently have, not trying to predict the future, I know that this failure is important, okay? And so that is something I need to take away into my intraday trading. Ian, appreciate that, brother. Nothing wrong with monetary respect. Appreciate that. 20 CAD. What's up, man? Thank you. Ahmed Mustafa, thank you for joining the coffee fund, my friend. It's coming soon, don't worry. Deb, thank you for the 5 gifted. Appreciate that, Deb. Okay, so with that said, right, I'm looking at this chart and I'm saying, all right, I'm not a big fan of longs here. And I'm also not a big fan of shorts into that Thursday low, which you can see is holding right now. So I might need to see that break, right? I'm going to need to see that Thursday low break at 67.46, right? I'm going to need to see that 67.46 low break. When I look at the ES, I also see some lows back here, which I am including in this demand zone, down at the Thursday and Friday low of 2 weeks back. That's at 67.31. So I'm looking at this chart on the 5-minute, right? And I'm looking at, what's happened inside these zones. I have some pretty clear lows here. I have some consolidation here. And I'm probably going to want to see a break under 67.30 here, below this demand zone, to be short, targeting the 66.90, right? Targeting this downside or upside and downside move here. If we do see that today, if we reject the daily 50 and we start to get some nice downside pressure, maybe even under Thursday's lows, which I'm going to go ahead and put that, right? That might give me, if I see a clear rejection of Thursday's lows, that might give me some, confidence to start looking short. So Thursday low a day underneath that 67.46, that might give me some confidence that we're looking for the short side here today, 67.46. But I will just be a tad bit cautious into this low here at 67.30. Now, if we break that and this Thursday low, then I am definitely looking to get aggressive to the short side as you navigate through this low volume downside, upside, right? And I would expect aggressive downside. So that's sort of my game plan today. This is sort of the zone I want to stay away from, in between this area. I understand you could bounce off these lows. I understand you could reject these highs. I want to see a break outside of this zone, targeting the more aggressive areas, which for me, on the NASDAQ, underneath that Thursday low, that gets pretty interesting to me, right? Possibly down into this 24,900. You do have a little bit of support down here at 24.9, but underneath that Thursday low, I think that would be very telling, and I think it would provide us an opportunity. So I will absolutely be looking for that, and you can see right now as we speak, look at the daily 50 rejecting on the NASDAQ futures on that 1 minute time frame. So if that starts to show as well, that continues to add fuel to the fire and continues to keep me interested in the downside move. So let's see what happens today. You know, we'll be live for it, so let's see how our analysis translates into intraday action and how we use this analysis to then look for intraday trades, right? Okay, so I'm going to go to the QQQ, and I'm going to show you guys something that is very, very important that is happening this morning. There was a very clear spot, and I don't know if I can find it real quick, but let's see if I can. I'm not going to bore you, but I'll take a moment. I'll take a moment for some likes, and I'll also take a moment to try to find this. Agnes, thank you, Agnes. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. 50. Thank you, Agnes. Here it is. Found it. So I want to show you something. Because this is very important today and something I need you to realize. Right here, right? This was last Friday at 1 o'clock, okay? Last Friday, 1 o'clock. This is what I want to show you right here. This is the QQQ, right? This is the chart on the QQQ from last Friday. This is what I posted at 1:25 p.m. You see this right here? See that 613 spot right there on the QQQ? See that right there? 613. See this rejection? That rejection right there, right? This low right there. And look at Friday intraday. See that Friday intraday right there? You started to see it fail that. That leaves the door open, as I said, that leaves all doors open for next week, right? The potential failure of that is now left open. And look at what is happening off that level today, right? If we go to the 4-hour chart, take a look at what you just did this morning. You have major rejections, major lows, and look at the failure that's showing up today. That is very important. That is now a failure on this 4-hour chart, and on the daily chart, it's going to look even worse. That is a failure now under the major QQQ previous highs from back in October. So that is a telling move, my friends. And I think that is really starting to show you some downside, possibility. You can see that was the exact high from Friday. You can see we have a very clear failure back under that level here in the pre-market. And you can see the downside that's starting to show up from that spot. So I need to know that macro picture in my mind as I approach the trading today. I need to understand that if I find myself long today and the market is still below that level, that I am trading long into a daily rejection point. Let me show you this again, okay? Let me zoom in here. If I find myself long today, then it would only be a scalp, right? Because that means I am longing right back into this and this. All right, do I really want to be long back into a rejection here, and a rejection from Friday in the bigger picture? Probably not, right? Probably not, because that's just not alongside what's going on in the bigger picture analysis. So if I find myself on some tunnel visioned long, I need to make sure that I am, I have a proper mindset of saying, okay, sure, this could be a nice long, but let me make sure I remember that we're still underneath that major supply. And if that's the case, then I need to be careful of it being just a scalp and nothing that I'm going to trust overnight, right? Just sort of a short-term little monetary trade, like nothing that is going with a major trend, right? So that sort of will go through my mind today. All right, if we're under that 613 zone, I'm probably going to be pretty, take it easy a little bit on the long side unless we get above that. If we do, then maybe it's something to watch. Underneath this low at 606, that's the Thursday low. That's also, you can see it is exactly the daily 50. So Thursday's lows and the daily 50 are going to match up today. That presents us a possible very nice opportunity. This is either a very strong bounce off the daily 50 and the Thursday low for another trade back into this 613, or this could be an incredible break and retest rejection underneath that 606 spot. That could really be a special trade today if we can see that turn into a failure point. So definitely watching that very closely. Okay. To all you guys asking about the, links and stuff like that, we'll get them throughout the live stream. I'll go ahead and get the merch link in the. Let me go ahead and get the merch. I'll get the merch link later for you if you want to purchase some merch. I appreciate that. I'll get that link for you later in today's stream. So that's that. SPY. There is one level. There is one singular level I am watching on the SPY, and I will continue to watch on the SPY. And let me go ahead and show you what that is. One level. And I've already talked about this if you guys come to the live streams. I've already talked about this. Signed up last night, but I've been unable to find these charts in particular. It does say data drill. I mean, if you just, I'm not sure I don't know if you have it. If you signed up for Thinkorswim, but you don't have money in the account, I'm not sure if you need money in the account on Thinkorswim. I would just use TradingView if you just use TradingView. TOS definitely has free live data. I mean, I would just Google it, guys. That's the type of question, guys. There's a lot of questions I see in the chat that can be simply Googled. You can say on Google, does TOS have free live data? SPY, there's one level, 674. That's it. That's all I care about. 674. 674. That high. That high. Bam. Between that high and this high here at 673. I already know these levels because I've been looking at them for weeks. 673, 674. Major spots. Let me show you why. Right here. Major spots on the SPY. You can clearly see it on the daily chart. It's about as clear as it gets on the daily. Let me make this red for you so you can really see this. Oops. Rejection. 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 Major failures previously. Take a look at what's going on at 674 today, okay? Look at this little rejection that has come in here today, right here. You are now trading back under that major daily high. To me, that is very telling, okay? The fact that we have now failed back under that 674, that we are now trading underneath this daily high. Let me go ahead and get this for you. This daily high right here between 674 and 673. I'm going to put these both on the charts for you. The fact that we are failing that spot keeps me out of the longs today. For me to be long today, I now very clearly need to see the SPY above that level. Very clearly. So if I go to the 15-minute chart, I look at that, right, and I can see, if TOS will let me zoom in, I love when TOS does this. Oops. If I look at this chart, I see 674, 673 on Thursday of last week create the downside on Friday. And I see that we just failed back under that level. There is no reason to be long into that level today. If that stays as a rejection point and you break this Thursday low, which you can see is possibly breaking as we speak, I mean, I see this potentially moving lower into that daily 50, right? And if you break that back into our 665 demand. So that 674, 674, 673 is going to be so crucial for me today. And you can see that that is failing. ES breaking Thursday's lows as we speak. NASDAQ coming down into the Thursday low as we speak. And here you go for a lot of you guys out there that ask me why I watch the ES and the NASDAQ or watch the SPY and the Qs. Take a look at this, okay? This is what I want to show you. Here's your answer. See the NASDAQ? See the Thursday's lows on the NASDAQ? See how it's still above it? See that? Now let me show you the ES. There's your Thursday low on the ES. Look, you're below it. That is called a discrepancy, all right? That is a discrepancy between those two markets. That is a divergence. There is difference, right, between the ES and NASDAQ right now. The ES is under Thursday's lows, whereas the NASDAQ is still above. So if the NASDAQ bounces off Thursday's lows, you are going to be left with a very nice little trap below that Thursday low on the ES, right? And that's how you can spot some of those traps. If you see, well, not saying this is going to happen, but if that NASDAQ ends up bouncing off this low, really hard, like aggressive bounce, that means that the ES would have trapped below the Thursday low and will likely pop back higher, right? So it's very important to be watching both of those, in my opinion, to make sure they're both making sense and lining up. I'm not going to short the ES here if the NASDAQ is trading right into the lows that bounced on Thursday. So I need to see both of those below to get true confirmation. So that's something that I'll be very closely watching, right? Okay, so this is what I do in the morning, right? I look at my ES, my NQ, my SPY, my Qs, right? And I'm looking to see what my game plan is for the day. Right now, we've already talked about thousands of times the upside supply that's rejecting and how meaningful that is. And if you can't accept that, right? If you cannot accept that, you have a bias today. I wouldn't want to be short into Thursday's lows, and I wouldn't want to be long into a daily supply that is rejecting. If you can't accept that, then you have a bias today, right? If you're looking at this market and saying, oh man, I have a long position and I need this to go up, does this bounce today? The fact of the matter is you are rejecting this major supply here on this very aggressive daily wicking candle, and there's really no reason to be even looking for a long today if that is happening. I would not want to be looking for a long today if this double top rejection on the NASDAQ is clearly turning into a failure point, clearly. And even if there is reactionary bounces off Thursday lows, I still don't think that that would be a spot that I'd want to be long, right? Because why? Because this is a large term major failure point right here. Much more important than just this little dinky Thursday low right here. So even if I get a bounce here today, right, I don't think I would just long this back into the middle of this channel, knowing that this is major supply above still. And on top of that, right, looking at current price action, right, looking at this price action over the last 3 hours, there is not a sign of buyers over the last 3 hours, and I'm not going to just try to guess when that changes, right? I'm not going to just try to guess when that changes. Excuse me. So now that we went through that, we created our game plan. What I like to do is I like to go through some market ETFs, and I also like to look at gold and some surrounding names as well. So when I look at this, right, I'm looking at the first thing I want to look at. I typically will look at the SMH. That's sort of the first thing I look at. What are the semiconductors doing? And so if I'm looking at the semiconductors here, I can see that over the last few weeks, we have definitely changed our trend to some type of this downtrending move, right? We are definitely in some type of a downtrending move, whether that is a pullback that creates a long, right? Whether that is some type of a pullback that creates a long over time, that's very possible, being that we're still above this demand, right? That is something you could watch. And of course, here's the problem with the SMH, right? Something you need to understand about the SMH today is that on Wednesday, you have NVIDIA earnings. So whatever we chart here on the SMH could be absolutely different after the Wednesday earnings, right? That's the problem. We have this downside move on the SMH, right? And the problem is, even if you like this downtrend to continue, the problem is on Wednesday, when NVIDIA reports earnings, this could drastically change the look. And so that's something you do need to understand about the SMH this week before Wednesday, okay? Now, what I can see here on the SMH is that these previous highs are turning into exact failures. Look at this chart on the SMH and just look at how clean this is, my friends. This is exactly what we talked about in terms of our levels yesterday. Look at the previous highs here on the SMH turning into exact failures. This is super clean today and really puts no inclination in my mind to try to be long semiconductors. Look at this chart. You have structure, right? And take a look at these highs. High, high, high. Look at this 4-hour rejection that's showing right now. It is at the exact level. Failure, 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 failure. You are failing these exact previous 4-hour highs right here. And that is very telling to me today. Now, the problem is Wednesday could change this, right? You may look at this and say, hey, I'm all in shorts on SMH. I'm all in, right? And then Wednesday, NVIDIA says they made $5 trillion and bam, straight up, right? That's the problem. So if that's a problem, as good as this setup may look to me, I'm probably going to stay somewhat away from it. And the fact of the matter is, who can answer? I'd like to see if someone has the right mind, if they have their head screwed on tightly today. What's the problem for us on the intraday today with this, what you're looking at right now? All right. What is the problem with what you have already seen on the SMH? There's something that only a mature, trader would say in this situation. And the fact of the matter is that this trade is, waiting to see if someone will say it. I know you're going to say it. It's going to be delayed, but this trade is over. It's over, right? The trade is done. Why is it done? Because here is your previous channel, and that's the channel that it's trading within. If you want to trade this, if you wanted to trade this play, you would need it to be short in this upper third of this channel, right? Let's put this channel into thirds. You have a third here. Let's just call them, these are the green zones. You have a third here. Let's call it a third here. And you have a third down here, right? If you are going to trade this to the direction that you are expecting, maybe back to the downside off these highs, you better have an entry up here, man, right? And if you want to long this, you better have an entry down here. So here's the problem, right? Here's where people lose money. They'll say, hey, this NASDAQ, this SMH rejection looks really good, right? That looks like a great 4-hour failure. I think we can all agree on that, right? That looks like a great 4-hour failure. Great. Now, the market's going to open and I'm going to short right here today, okay? Here's my short, and my thesis is that this level is rejecting, right? Right up here. My entry's here, entry right here, right? And here is the reason for my entry, because I'm looking at a failure of this 4-hour high, right? SMH opens, we get a little morning rally, right? Back to the upside, back towards this supply, and you go ahead and take a 45% loss right here. You're stopped out because of P&L. You're like, I can't take this anymore. The SMH is still going higher. I'm stopped out here for a nice 40% loss to start my day because I'm just chasing in the middle of this channel. And then later in the day, you see this start to happen and bam, right? And that happens. And so you take an entry here with the thesis that this is going to reject, and then you stop out before it even gets back into this high, right? Because of drawdown and because of fear, basically because of your poor entry. This shows you how important entries are in this market. Just because you have an idea of this level rejecting does not mean that you can enter that position in the center of the channel. That makes no sense, right? So you need this to come back up and show another failure and have some type of a good entry point so that you have a clear stop loss with a good risk reward. You can't just enter this in the middle of the channel and then just lose when it goes against you for 20 minutes before it even trades to where it was supposed to reject from, right? So this is where a lot of people lose. This looks great. I mean, it looks to me like the SMH could absolutely go lower today. But the fact of the matter is the trade's over. Unless we get another pop into this supply high, I can't short the SMH. And I'm definitely not shorting into these lows. So that's the type of thing you got to look at and say, well, it's gone. I missed it. Moving on. Gold. GC. This is a huge level for GC today. And I would be pretty intrigued to see if we can catch some action on it today, actually. So here on gold, you can see 40.60 right here. 40.60 to 40.80. I would be watching that. That's a big spot right on there on gold. If gold breaks under 40.60 and this daily 20 today, could be a pretty nice opportunity. So I would be watching that today, under that 40.60. Okay, let's get into some stocks. Let's move on. So our Tesla trade that we were looking at today, this is my top watch of the day. Tesla top watch of the day for me. This is a perfect, and I mean perfect rejection. The daily chart on Tesla, you can see the major previous lows, major lows, major lows. You have major triple bottom lows between 411 and 414. If I go to the 4-hour chart, you can see that those previous major lows that kept Tesla higher right here is turning into perfect break and retest rejection downside. This looks very clean today. You are turning previous lows into failures. That is so perfect this morning. If I go to the 1-hour chart, I have a very clear Thursday low right here. If I can see a failure and a hold below Thursday's lows right here, I would look for downside back towards the low of Friday, back into 373. This to me looks like a great break and retest rejection. Definitely watching how this sets up today. Nvidia, not that interested with the earnings approaching, so I'll probably stay away from it. But for now, those semiconductors do look on the weak side, but really just not interested in Nvidia today. AMD, not that interested either. AMD has been trading in a sideways range for about, pretty much, what is this, an entire month and a half. You've been pretty much just trading within this zone right here. So I'm simply waiting for AMD to break 224. I'm waiting for it. At this point, I'm just not interested in anything there. Also trying to stay away from the semis a little bit today. MRVL, nothing. ARM, really nothing for me there. TSM, really nothing for me. I'm not going to short into these 270 lows. You can see it's just been sideways consolidating. So really, semiconductors are off the docket for me. Google is interesting to me today. Let me go ahead and talk to you about why. Google, daily chart. You have a major gap up because of Berkshire Hathaway, right? Major gap up. Daily close was 277 on Friday. You can see right now that we have gapped up and we rejected the exact supply right here. So this news on Google not able to penetrate the highs from the previous earnings, right? And you can see the fade is already coming in. So what I would like to see is the potential for Google to fill this gap. Google fills the gap at 277, but the problem is this entry starting to get away from us. That's truly the problem. My entry would have to be probably this 290 spot. So 290, 290, 290. I'm probably going to want to see a sort of pop and fade at that 290 spot, this 4-hour high. Because right now, you're sort of just gone, right? It's not really an entry point. You're right in the middle of the gap. So what would I like to see? Some kind of a pop and fade. Maybe this 290 spot and that 4-hour high would be a nice spot to watch. And potentially the Google gap fill, right? Amazon. This one's really interesting for me today as well. Here on Amazon, I have the 4-hour chart, and I can see Amazon turning these highs right here, see that, into rejections. Look at this. See that failure right there? See how that turned into a hold? Look at what's happening now. It's turning back into a rejection. If Amazon turns 240 to 238.50 into rejections today, you have a gap to fill below. Underneath 232.82, under this high right here, you are basically looking at a gap fill back down to 223. That's the close of this day here. So I will be watching, and I have an alert set under 220, 232.90 underneath this daily low on Amazon. That is something I am watching today. Let me see what else I have. Any good ones? There's not too many good ones today. There's a select few. Tesla's definitely one of my top watches today. Google's also an interesting watch for me. Amazon is interesting. Apple's not interesting. Palantir is not really too interesting. If I go to Palantir, I can show you this. Palantir really just in the center of this channel. So not much for me on Palantir. Hood. Really not much on Hood into the daily 100. Don't see myself shorting into a daily 100. Also that 110. I would be interested in the gap below 110 on Hood. That's something you have here on Hood, under 110. I think you can watch that. So I do have an alert under 110 on Hood for a gap fill. I think something you can watch today is Bitcoin, right? If I go to the weekly chart, I think we should be watching Bitcoin. Remember we talked about this Bitcoin weekly? See this? You are testing that weekly trend today, my friends. If that breaks, you might see some downside, and you can see the IBIT has actually broken that trend, right? Look at that. So there's some interest to see if that, that downside continues on the crypto names. And if that does, I would watch something like Coinbase to see what that looks like today. I would look at some MSTR. I'll just sort of peek in on these. If I go to the MSTR on the daily, this 200 level, under 200, is sort of sketchy, right? Under this 200 high on MSTR, probably trades back to like this 183. That could be something to watch. And then also the CRWV and Circle. Let me show you these two today. Circle, right now, these are some trades that have basically been free downside, but we'll see what happens today. For now, Circle is failing underneath this 85, 86 level. If Circle gets under 80, I am definitely watching to see if that has downside continuation. And then CRWV, another stock that has been pretty much free downside, is if it sees a rejection under that Thursday low in 77, that is another potential downside that I'm looking for today. So keeping eyes on Circle and CRWV as well. And we'll obviously be talking about these all throughout the intraday if you stick around. Last thing I'm going to talk about before I think we take a little bit of a break today and sort of recap some things, and then I'm going to take a little 10-minute break probably, just to get prepared with all the live trading, live streaming, everything. You guys can obviously stay on the stream. Actually, you know what? I might just let it run, but we'll see. Netflix, right here. Netflix, Netflix, the split, that's the word. The split has been established. The split has happened, okay? So you can see right here the split is active, 110. The key level that I'm watching on Netflix, it's really only 106.45. That's really the only level I care about here. Right here, this weekly high. All I'm waiting for is to see what happens at this weekly high, right? That's it, 106.45. So if I could recap my top watches of the day with you, there is not many. My top watches of the day, my top watch of the day is Tesla. Tesla underneath Thursday's lows after coming off this high, that's top watch of the day. My second watch of the day will be Google. Looking to see if Google can fill the overnight gap up. That's my second watch of the day. My third top watch of the day will likely be Amazon to see if it can fail underneath the 232.80 daily high for more downside. That is something I will be watching. And I believe those are my top three. I'm not that interested in MU today just because of semis. I don't really like semis. I will watch Tesla, Amazon, Google, and then I will be keeping eyes on that Circle and CRWV, just relative weakness. Those are going to be my top watches. I have nothing on Meta today. I'm not interested in it. Those are my top watches, besides the fact that we are going to, of course, be watching what happens on the NASDAQ futures. The morning trap, my friends, just so you know, here's your morning trap. So for you guys that don't trade with me all day live today, the morning trap is people shorting into this Thursday low, right? Seeing this downside and then shorting exactly into the Thursday low on NASDAQ. Look at what just happened at the Thursday low on NASDAQ. You just bounced about 100 points, right? So if you wake up today and say, oh, Desi said the short, and you short into the Thursday low and you lose, that is called not being patient, right? We need to see the Thursday low break. Look at the bounce that just happened off Thursday's lows. So we must see that break. Right now, we are still in the NTZ. And to be honest, going into the open, if you see strong demand bounce here today, you're probably potentially looking for a short-term long, if anything, right? So we need to be aware of the demand that is below. And if we look at the ES, yeah, look at that. We're rejecting that we're right inside that demand zone to start the day. So very much an important spot. Very much an important spot. Okay. So real quick, I want to let you guys know about the first things first. I just want to give you guys the Black Friday deal that we are doing. We're going to start with that, give you the Black Friday deal that we're doing, and then we'll get into some giveaways throughout today's session. So let me go ahead and put that up on the screen. Bear with me. Okay. So, for the group, we're going to, I do one discount a year. You guys know that. I do one discount per year. That's like my my one thing. Don't discount the group anytime else besides besides Black Friday. I always do something around the holidays. It's my favorite time of the year. And that is basically a 50% off yearly for the Discord trading community, the live trading community, where we do this pretty much every single day. I will go ahead and pin that to the chat and just keep it up there. That is also inclusive of a lifetime membership to our key levels. So that is 1 year to our trading community for $11.99. $11.99, 1 year. You get to trade with me live for 1 year. And that is lifetime access to our key levels. So lifetime. That means you will be able to be in our key levels forever, right? And what do the key levels give you? The key levels is basically this right here, where I post my charts every single morning. Every single morning, I post my charts. Everything that we talked about today is posted around 7 a.m., pretty much 6:30 to 8 o'clock, 6:30 to 7:45. I post these charts every day. This will give you lifetime access to this. It will be in a separate email you will get. So it will not give you direct access. You will get a secondary email after signing up that you will gain access to that through a link. So that is my offer to you guys this year. Half off the yearly. I'm not discounting the monthly. I don't want to discount the monthly. I don't want people that just come in and leave after a month. If you are interested, right, and joining and being committed for the year, that is what I offer you, and you will get lifetime access to the key levels. So I will keep that up on the screen if you want to take advantage of that today. It will be 48 hours, I believe we have it open for. 48 hours. So the countdown starts now. And also, on the top of the key levels, I'll show you guys what I do. We also go to TradingView here, and I actually, let's do this together. Let's just do this together. This will be helpful. So that is live trading every day besides Wednesday, okay? And on Wednesday, we have ADR, who's in the group that trades live, and people love her. A lot of you guys love trading with ADR. Wednesday, I do trade with the mentorship group. So it's Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday of live trading. Wednesday is my only day off, which is not really a day off. But so what I do here, I want to show you guys what I do on the for the key levels group. I have basically my 4 square on the NASDAQ futures and the whole market. Let me go ahead and see if I can get this all on the charts for you guys to see. It's going to be a little ugly for a second, but I'll try my best. So if we do this, basically we're going to put side by side TOS and trading view. And this is just a little intermission, guys, as we prepare for the market open. So take a second, get some coffee, you know, get some water, and I'm just going to get this done for you guys. So you can see I got my 4 square here. I share this, so these levels go directly to you. You do not need to even chart your levels technically. It goes directly to you. That's what you get inside the key levels. So let me go ahead and try my best to get this done for you quickly. So you got this here, right? And you got this here. And I do it for both TradingView and Thinkorswim. And unfortunately, I have to get this done while I'm on stream because this is part of my daily duty. But hey, it is what it is. So basically all I do is I look at my NASDAQ futures, taking this corner right here and this corner right here. And I'm just going to go ahead and chart these out for you guys. So 25,500 to 25,394. I should probably get someone to do this for me. That would probably make more sense, but hey, it is what it is. So, and then I send these links out. So you get these exact links. You can pick, you can take these right onto your Thinkorswim. You can take these right onto your TradingView, and it will all be right there for you. And you don't have to move a muscle, really. You really don't even have to move a muscle. So those are my key levels there on the NASDAQ futures today. S&P 500, and I sort of just keep it to the major key levels that are, apparent for that intraday session. So right here on the ES, we're watching 68.12 to 67.90, all right? We're watching these demand lows at 67.30 or 67.46 to 67.31, all right? And we got our major demand below that at 66.90 to 66.50 down there. So we're watching that zone on the ES, right? On the QQQ, let me go ahead and get this done. QQQ, we're watching that 613.18 to 612.14. That's good. We already had that. I'm watching that 606.08 to 606. And then below that, we got the 600 to 598. Oh, 598.67. Okay. So I got those levels. I'm going to change this one to the 618, 616.89. We know how big that is. Okay. And then on the SPY, we know that the major spot that we continue to watch is our 673.95 to 673. We probably want to have our Thursday low there, but 665 to 663 lows down there. And let's just go ahead and put our Thursday low at 670.52. Okay. So now what I do here is I save this. I publish it, publish the idea. I go 1117 key levels, TTL. Take that link, go over here, 1117 key levels, TradingView there, TOS right, share grid, share, and that is that. Boom. So you got your key levels on ES, NQ, SPY, QQQ. All you have to do is press it and you get it. And that's what you'll get for lifetime. You'll get that for lifetime, and I think that's worth it. You know, if you're working every day, if you need some good key levels to trade off of, then that's the spot to do it. So let me go ahead and let's go ahead and get prepared. Let me bear with me. I got a lot of things I got to post here. So let me get that ready. Give me like, I'll hang out with you guys, but, there's going to be a few moments of pause here as I prepare for the day. So this is just what you're going to have to do as we trade live today. This little period, maybe tomorrow I'll, close up shop for a few minutes, but I figured, hey, why not? We're just hanging out. So let's just get it done. I'll answer some questions in a moment as I can breathe. Once I can breathe here for a second, I'll answer some questions as we wait for the open. Okay, key levels are done. Let me go ahead and get the Zoom link going. What's up, Discord? What's up, everyone? All right, we got the Discord live chat going. Sweet. We'll see how long until my computer breaks down today after running 1,000 different things. I hope it doesn't. That was weird. What was that sound? Discord having problems? I actually sort of wish Discord had problems today, just so I can we can just do it on Zoom. We have transitioned to Zoom, my friends. Zoom is just so much better. So much better. I have greatly enjoyed Zoom. Let me actually just you can look at my beautiful face. How much memory do you need? It definitely starts to struggle once I try to be, oh, actually, you know what we got to do? Everyone on X, you guys that are over there on X, come on over to YouTube. Come on. Come over to YouTube, type in my name on YouTube, get to the live stream. I'll see you guys there, all right? All right, we're going to end the X stream. I'll see you guys on YouTube. That's that. Let's end that. That'll save some bandwidth there. Okay. All right. Now, what do I have to do? I need to get the Zoom link going. Let's get the Zoom link going. I don't want any latency for the boys in the boys and girls in the squad in the insiders group. So no latency, no YouTube delay. I would shoot an email, Zena. Guys, all these questions, please don't crowd the chat with membership questions today. Please send us emails, okay? All you guys that are in the group already got me questions about the discounts. Please email us. Do not crowd. We don't need the group crowded with these types of questions today, okay? We don't need it. Let's focus on our trading. Let's focus on our trading today. That's the most important part about today and every day. All right. All right, computer is running. We are nothing is burning on fire yet, so we're okay. Nothing is burning on fire quite yet. It looks like we're good. Next mentorship run, probably, into 2026. I've been truthful about how I've run that group. We have had the same amount of people in that group for many months now. It is a very tight-knit, it's very quiet in there, but it's good quiet. It's very tight-knit. So I'll let you guys know when we do it again, but right now, we're keeping it how it is. G-Trades, I would recommend going to Zoom today, man. Guys, I'm not running WAP, Zoom, YouTube, and Discord today, okay? We got to figure something out. We got to figure something. I can't run Zoom, WAP, Discord, and YouTube live stream on my computer. I will literally, my house will burn down, okay? I would basically need a NVIDIA Blackwell semiconductor chip to run all of that today. So that's not going to happen today, unfortunately. Yeah, not today. Sorry about that. Let me get situated here, and we will start our live trading for the day. Okay. Okay, let me get the YouTube chat. I will keep the YouTube chat open today. Make sure I can answer your questions as the day progresses. Let me get my main live stream set up here. Let me make sure that you guys can see everything. So I'm going to keep open. Let me open my interactive brokers today. Bear with me. I'm not going to share my username and password, so let me not show that. I'll show you that it's not a fake account. I'll show you that much. All right. What do you guys prefer to see? Let's get that question for the chat. What do we prefer to see today? Do we want to watch the ES and Q SPY Qs and and an individual equity that I'm about to trade, or do we want to watch like a 6 square of just intraday or equities? What do we prefer? We prefer to see your login info? Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, I'll do that next time. Okay, we'll watch the ESNQ, and then I'll pop up my broker when I take a trade. How about that? If I take a trade, I'll pop up the broker to show you guys what I'm in, all right? Okay, so let me get that set up for you here. Let me get that set up for you here. We need, not that one. We need that one right there. Okay. So we are going to watch together. And it's going to be a little bit stretched, unfortunately. Hopefully it's not too bad for you. Let me take off that TOS thing. Okay, cool. So hopefully that looks good on your guys' end. On the top left of the screen, we will have our NASDAQ futures. On the bottom left, I might move my face. Oh, no, that's all right. I'll just make sure to keep it like that. On the bottom left, we got our ES. On the middle, the bottom middle, we got our SPY. And on the top middle, we got our Qs. And then on this right side here, which I might just bring this in for you a little bit. On this right side here, we will, whatever stock I'm looking to trade, I usually keep up on this right side here. So that's what we'll have. And I'll share my screen on Zoom. Yep, I got you guys, 1 second. Okay. So screen share on Zoom is good. We're good on OBS. We're good on YouTube. Okay. Let me get my brokers good. Okay. It's Fud. What's up, Fud? Appreciate that, man. $10 minutes till go time. That's right. I'm going to get my Trade Evade account open as well, just in case we decide to trade some futures today. I mean, TJ, I would recommend that, man. I mean, if you're already in the group, I don't think, that's probably the more recommended idea for sure. Yeah, I mean, if you guys are inside the group, I would probably hang out in the group. It's probably the right place to be. Just our normal day. I mean, we're just having our normal day right now. That's all we're doing. We're having our normal day. So let's go ahead and stand up. I'd love to play music, but YouTube might get a little bit upset at me for that. But okay, I think we're good. And now we can take our next 10 minutes to prepare for the open. I think we are good to go. We got the live trading up. We got my Tradeovate up. We got my interactive brokers up. We got our charts up. Let's go ahead and get some, let's prepare. So before we do that, I gotta do a little something. So let me hide my screen. I'm sure you guys probably know what I'm about to do, but we're not gonna say what I'm gonna do. Where's my camera? There it is. Let me zoom. Where's Zoom at? All right, we're good to go. We are good to go. Where's the YouTube chat at? YouTube chat. I got so many things open, it's unbelievable. But that's all right. I'd like to keep an eye on the YouTube chat today. Why don't I trade our futures in interactive brokers? I do not do that because of the margin requirements. Very high margin requirements. Very, very high margin requirements. So I just like Tradeovate. Okay. So today, let's lock and load. Here we go. So today, keeping eyes on Tesla. I want to keep an eye to see if Tesla does break below that 396.34 Thursday low. That will be a major watch for me today. I believe underneath that level that we should see potentially, if the market breaks down, some downside continuation. But if you guys look at the charts, right now, take a look at what's happening. We are holding right above that demand level, right? We are sitting right above demand on the NASDAQ futures. So pretty damn clear to start the day that we are maintaining the key demand level that we've already previously talked about, right? So that is very, very crucial to me today. Very clear. We're maintaining that level. And coming into the day, right? Coming into the trading day, I'm not going to be looking to short into that demand low, right? Very important. The Zoom link, if you are part of the community, all you have to do is go up to the top on the events, right? And it'll be right there. So right on the top, you go to the events tab at the top of our community, and it'll be right there. Yeah, I mean, it'll slow down. Appreciate that, Case. It should slow down. I got plenty of time to answer questions today. The morning transition into what I'm doing right now is busy, but as things settle in here, we'll start to lock in on some good education. Yeah. Okay. So let's just pay attention. So 5 minutes till open, NASDAQ futures at our Thursday low a day. Let's not short into that level. That's our 606. And we're going to open today, guys, right at our 606 daily 50, right? Look at this. Right at our 606 daily 50. So that's a big spot, right? 606 daily 50, huge spot. We're going to have to be careful into that. We aren't seeing much of a reason to be long off this demand, right? There's really no reason to be looking long off this demand low today. But it also tells me that there could be some type of a trappy open near key demand, right? So I'm a little bit cautious of any trappy action near this key demand to start the day. We are seeing, one thing that we are seeing, a little bit of a discrepancy, right? And this is why a lot of you guys ask me, why do I watch the ES and the SPY? Look at this discrepancy right here. Actually, it's actually pretty spot on with the ES today. Thursday low a day, right? Right now, the ES is rejecting Thursday low a day, and so is the SPY. So that's important, right? Now, here's the thing. The QQQ is not. And so what we need to do today is to instill some patience and see if the QQQ can also move lower and break under that Thursday low a day. That is something I will be watching very closely today. Looking to see if they can both line up today and make sense together. That'll be something I pay attention to. I'm going to be watching Tesla. I'm going to be watching Amazon for that gap fill trade. I'm going to be watching Google for that gap fill as well. I'm going to keep eyes on Circle and CRWV today. Circle underneath 80 and CRWV underneath the possibly under the 77. GC, I'll maybe take a look to see if I'm going to put an alert underneath that 4060. So if we do break under that 4060, I'm going to have a little bit of an alert below that just to know if that happens. I think that's a good read to see if that happens. Apple, I'm not that interested in today. The 272 break on Apple is actually quite important, though. The fact that we failed under that 272 is pretty important, but we are just right back into that demand low, so not that interesting. AMD is just inside this NTZ. I'm not interested in that. I'm really not going to be... I'll watch... You know what I'm going to do to start the day? I'm going to keep an eye on the SMH sector. I think that's a good thing to be paying attention to start the day, is the SMH sector. Let's see what the SMH sector does today. Let's see if it shows a reason for strength or weakness before getting into any semiconductors. And I am definitely keeping Tesla as my top watch to start the day. That 396.34. And look at this Amazon downside coming in quick and aggressive. Yeah, right here on Tesla, you can see this low. If Tesla breaks this Thursday low right here, I think you have a reason to look for a retest rejection. I will definitely be watching this today. Now, here's the thing, right? If Tesla does a break and retest rejection, everything looks good, we take the trade, and it does end up failing, that's a loss that, again, I'm willing to take, right? Oh, wow, look at Amazon. Damn. Okay, I love when this happens, where our game plan just sort of happens right before the bell. Okay, so Amazon weakness that we sort of talked about is pretty much done, so that sucks. Amazon straight down off the open. With 1 minute till open, we are vertically lower. That sucks. All right. So we just broke Thursday low a day on NQ there, right near this open at 25,000. CRWV rejecting the 77 level that we were looking for failures at. Okay. I'm in the Discord, voice. Okay, now look at this 67th, okay, 67, 606 QQQ. Yep, 606 QQQ. Let's lock in on that level a little bit this morning. That's also our daily 50. I'm going to assume it's going to be difficult on the short side to start the morning because of the pre-market move lower right into this demand. So for me, a little bit of patience to start the day on the short side here. Okay, so you have pretty much Amazon below the 232.90. Okay, Amazon gets interesting there. All right, so big rejection under 25,000 NASDAQ to start the day. Just a straight 1 minute candle flush right underneath that key level. Now, I need to see something back at that level. I cannot chase this short. Can't do it. I need to see this level turn into a rejection point. I need to see a bounce and a rejection at my key level, right? I can't just take this short off the open. And unfortunately, if it goes straight down, it goes straight down. That's, or, right? And then you don't get stuck in this trap right here. So let's see, does this 606 in daily 50 cause a rejection here? That's actually quite interesting. A little bit early, so I'm not sure I want to be that early to this trade. It's a little bit on the early side. But if that rejection shows, it could be worth a watch. CRWV is getting smoked already. Yep, CRWV smoked off the open. I would be interested in circle under 80. Okay, that's a pretty interesting pop in rejection right at our 25,000 NASDAQ. Let's keep an eye on this. Now, here's the problem for me. I don't like how the SPY is at the daily 50 here. So I got some SPY demand stepping up at the daily 50. If that bounces, here's your trap to start the day. So right there is your bear trap to start the day. All right? You just had a trap under 25,000, actually providing a pretty interesting, similar to Friday, long opportunity right there. Look at that. So that right there again, right there, awesome example of why you can't just chase the morning candle, right? Look at how aggressive that trap just set in. Look at the daily 50. To those of you that showed up last night, we talked about the daily SMAs. Tell me that daily SMA did not just pop the market higher right off the SPY 50, right? Look at how just perfect that low was. So, all right. We're gathering our information, right? We're gathering our data that we need today. So far, what I can see is that you just created a trap on the short side to start the day. There is going to be a delay on YouTube. Yes, there's just naturally a delay on YouTube. So if you want the real-time, up-to-date, you're going to have to be in the group, which is Zoom. We have a Zoom call. We have the Discord voice. And today we are running the Black Friday deal for the group. If you can check that out if you'd like. All right, so good patience off the open. Let's see how this sets up. We had a nice morning trap to the downside underneath that key Thursday low. No retest, just straight back up. So good avoidable trap. I guess you could say it's not a trap if you could see it's there, and that was pretty damn clear. So now we are back into the no trade zone. We are back into Thursday low a day on the SPY. So let's now look to see if the SPY rejects the Thursday low a day. This is actually something I'm watching here. SMH is strong. SMH is strong. Promo lasts 48 hours. So pretty much until Wednesday. Actually, probably Tuesday. Like our end of day, probably end of day Tuesday, end of day tomorrow. That'd be 48 hours, right? Just about. The Zoom link is in the Discord community, guys. The Zoom link is for the people in the group. It is in the events channel. Okay, so very strong to start the day. Nice trappy, downside move. We have reclaimed, so now this is interesting. You have reclaimed the SPY Thursday low. Tesla is strong, but it is strong off of still under supply, so that's meaningless. It's meaningless strength. You are strong, still into Friday rejection points, so that's all meaningless action to me. I'm going to have a hard time longing a straight up move. So now I need to see a pullback and see where this starts to develop. I would try to instill some patience this morning. There's, you had a nice little reactionary trap to the downside, creating this nice squeeze. It's Monday morning. You didn't miss anything. Relax. Wait for something to really show up. Nick, who approved this 50% sale? What's up, Nick? All right, we got Nick in the chat now. All right, So pretty rippy into this push. That was a beautiful, trappy morning move. Very similar to Friday. Very similar to Friday. And maybe this just sort of continues, but you are trading back within all of this pre-market grind, which is very interesting. Let's get a zoomed out look here. You can see we did hold that Thursday low. Look how important on the NASDAQ futures that Thursday low hold just came in, right? So this was sort of our game plan coming into the day. To be short, I needed to see real failures under that Thursday low. That did not happen. So that is off the table. That short side trade instantly off the table. Now I need to see if I find a reason to want to long back up towards the supply high. Right now, I do not have a reason to enter. It's just sort of a straight up rip on the overall market. Amazon actually very weak, which is very interesting. MU is straight up. Yep, as usual. Amazon is actually still very, very weak. Okay. They announced a sale, a bond sale, really, Amazon. Interesting. Oh, Amazon seeks $12 billion from its first U.S. bond sale in 3 years. Interesting. Okay. That's... Let's see here. All right, so just a vertical squeeze off Thursday's lows. Holy crap. Wow. Damn. MU did hold that key demand level at 246, 249. Damn. Okay. I will be watching this Tesla key level up here as well as it approaches. I would like a little pullback to maybe this ES daily 50, possibly back to VWAP on. I would love a little reclaim, a little pop in or a little drop and hold at that Thursday low a day as well on the ES. That would actually be a nice watch to me. If we can pull back towards that daily 50, towards that Thursday low a day, find some demand in here, I think that's a nice look. Just need to find an entry point now. Wow, look at Amazon. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Amazon going for the gap fill. Does not care about the market action at all. Just flushed under our 230-290 spot. Let's see if we get a little retest here. Interesting. Damn. Okay. We have an 80 level on Circle that I'm watching. Wow, Amazon. Straight flush. Yeah, I mean, definitely some downside potential on Amazon, but need an entry point here at my retest level. 230, 280. Market looks pretty strong, so it will be tough to short Amazon with the market pretty much just rallying straight to the upside, but you are getting into that major previous day high on Qs and that supply at 612, 613. So let's see what happens there. UNH is having a good day for us. That's good to see. Okay, this is a bounce on Amazon I would be interested in. Let's see what Amazon does here on this bounce. I would be interested in fading this bounce on Amazon if I can see it a little bit higher. Hard to take that trade, though, with full confidence because of market upside, right? That's a little bit tough. That's a little bit tough. Because if Amazon gets a whiff of NASDAQ strength, then it's just going to sort of reclaim this level. So I might stay away from that until I see more. So here's the bounce that you want to be not short with. You know, this is the bounce right here that you don't want to be short at the lows on, right? You want to wait for this to bounce, look for the retest. That's what I'm looking for in Amazon right now. Let me see if this can show me a retest rejection. What could be special is if Amazon rejects there and the market starts to fail. That could be special. But the market is not failing at the moment. Okay, so you're starting to see a little bit of a, you know, rejection up here. And you're starting to see some market weakness. Okay. Okay. This gets somewhat interesting. I'm going to pull up the 230 puts just to have them up and ready. Not in them, just watching. Getting them ready. This is technically the break and retest rejection of our key level. You are also at the SPY supply at 673. I would now be looking to see if there's some type of a bear flag, you know, break and retest here. This is getting interesting as the market starts to get weak as well. This is the type of trade I would start light because I'm still uneasy, but I would potentially look to start light and then add into if it looks better. This one's tough because you don't know whether the market is just pulling back and holding here. This one's a little bit tough. But you're definitely starting to get the look that I want. Bear flag break and retest of previous day lows on Amazon. Yeah, I'm not a fan yet with the market still being relatively strong today. I got to be careful shorting Amazon in a strong market. It's not that interesting. Circle is going down to the 80 level. Tesla is pushing into demand. Yeah, see this market strength? Okay, that was your ES daily 50 hold. That's interesting as well. See that ES daily 50 hold? Okay. Ooh. Look at this Amazon candle. Oof. Look at this Amazon candle right at that level. Damn. Damn, 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 damn. Look at that Amazon rejection. Okay, this might get interesting. That is a perfect failure of that spot. Wow. SPY is still under that 673, 674 supply. Look at that rejection on SPY as well. Okay, I'm getting very intrigued here. Yeah, I'm starting Amazon puts. Stop loss is over this PDL right here. Starting there. That's it. Let's see if this can flow. Market rejecting key supply high. Amazon rejecting PDL. I got to try that. Looking for that 10% scale off to start. See if we can get it. Okay, market flipping strong again, which I'm not in love with, but Amazon still looks weak to me here. So at this point, I have to trust my stop loss. Win or loss, I have to trust my stop. I'm in 10 of the 230 puts for $3,100. I'm starting light because it's very early and I am somewhat going against the market strength. But I do see underperformance on Amazon, and I get my break and retest rejection of PDL. So I have to look for that potential. Stop loss over that PDL, maybe losing $500 to $600 to start the day if I'm wrong, 20%. That'll be my first look of the day. Okay, market strength, possibly too strong for me here, but I will stay true. I would like to see the market weaken a little bit at this 673 SPY level. If the market doesn't weaken here at 673, I would anticipate me getting taken out of this trade. So right now, down 5%. I have to remain patient here. I have to trust my stop loss. I can't be worried about the drawdown here. PDL and the major daily high are sitting right here, 232.80. Market's too strong, I think. Market's too strong. I like the underperforming Amazon, but I would need the market to have some type of a failure at this supply high. For me, I'd rather look for this underperforming short because I know I'm not going to long into this supply high personally. So this is interesting to me because I know at this point I'm just not going to long into this supply high, but looks like I might get taken out. Down 11%. Watching this candle, if this candle is strong over this high, I'll take off for 11% loss. Okay, still rejecting. Still holding. Still holding. Yeah, this level's big, man. This level's big. Look at that reaction again. Okay, I still like this. I would be tempted to add to it if I get more confirmation than just that candle. I need more. Can I add to this? Can I add to this? Not yet. Oh, wow. Okay, and you're at supply on the SPY as well. This could pay still. Do I want to add to this, though? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. I still see market strength. Good level, though. Good level. I'm very pleased. I like this trade, win or loss here. I can tell that I'm trading off the right level after seeing that reaction. Market's too strong. We might just be in a zombie. Did Amazon stop trading? What the hell? Okay, good reaction. Sitting down 6%. I'm fine with that. 6% drawdown is very comfortable for me here. What's going on? Okay. Yeah, Amazon stopped trading there for a second. What the hell was that? Very comfortable in current drawdown. Good entry point. Waiting to see if this spot can fail. Bear flag, break and retest into PDL and VWAP. I like this trade a lot still. But that zombie grind in the market just might not let it happen. Yeah, it's still working against me. Okay. Let me see what happens here. It's going to have to reclaim PDL and VWAP for me to exit this. Still failing right at that point. But market's still grinding higher. Oof. What a reaction here. You see the reactions at this level, but I just don't know if it's going to do it with this market grinding. Okay, getting ready to get out here if I see this hold. And I am wow. Wow. Yeah, market's just too strong. I really think Amazon is trying to fail this spot, but that market strength is just not going to let it happen. It looks like it's such a wicky spot here. About to exit. What a spot. Right into this NASDAQ supply as well. Can this fail? Can this spot be true? If I see holds here, I'm exiting, but I still don't see strong holds here. Okay, that candle. I need to see a hold above PDL. If I see a hold above PDL, I will exit this position. I still don't see it. I still see this underperformance. 5 minutes starting to look like a rejection candle at this level. Sitting down and draw down 8%. Still comfortable. Still within the correct correct stop loss percentage point loss level. Continues to look good, but not getting the follow through yet. Market up at supply on the SPY at 674. NASDAQ right at our 613 supply. This is where it has to happen. If this does not continue here, then I would think it would be over. Let me take a look at my 2-minute chart. Sometimes I'll zoom out, look at higher time frames, just to see if I can stay confident in the higher time frame. Yeah, just keep sort of finding these wicks at those lows. Not really getting that continuation. I think a good look, man. I really do. Like, what a spot this is. Holy shit. Just this crazy wick rejection here still. All right, there's a lot of volume coming in. This is a major spot. Get fingers on the trigger if I'm wrong here. What crazy reactions right at this supply. Got to stay patient, right? This is where you got to stay patient. You can't be getting out of this because of some drawdown here. I got to see this out. Huge spot. You can clearly see it in the price action. Still just in my sort of starter position 10 contracts. I'm not comfortable adding to this. I'm just not comfortable adding to this at the moment. It's not going well enough to add. I don't like adding to losers. It's not looking good enough for me to add more size, basically. Okay, this might be the exit. Stronghold over PDL. Market's still grinding higher. Okay, taking it off, guys. Took my loss. $500 loss. Took a 12% loss there on Amazon. Good look, good battle. Break and retest PDL. Definitely showed some signs there, but ultimately just too much grind on the market there. That's a comfortable loss to start right here. Lost $534. All right, let's continue. Let's see what else we got. circle breaking down under 80. So that's where I have to accept that loss on Amazon, right? I can't just hope that that continues. All right, hope that it comes back. I wonder if it faked me out. Look at this rejection at the Q's level. Okay, so we are right at Q supply. We are right at Q supply. We are right at the Q supply. We're right at the SPY supply. If Amazon fails back under that, I would potentially get interested again. But at that point, I had to take that off. It started to squeeze against me. 5-minute chart does look good. This idea still looks valid. If the market can flip, though, I need that market to flip. Look at this 5-minute on Amazon. 5 minutes still wicking very aggressively there. Okay. Re-entering Amazon. Trying it one more time. Using the 5-minute this time. Short Amazon again, same position. 10 contracts. Let's see if I can get this to play. Markets at supply. Beautiful break and retest of PDL. I'm trying this one more time. NASDAQ starting to reject supply. SPY at 674 supply. 5-minute chart looks good. Maybe zooming out to that 5-minute is necessary here. A little bit of a higher time frame look rather than getting on that 1 minute. Here we go. Good re-entry. Good re-entry. Up 9%. Can this play this time? So a little bit of a fake out there for me. I got faked out a little bit. I did. But that's all right. Still trusting my setup. 5-minute looks great. Bear flag break and retest. Can we get low a day? Targeting the daily 50 here, really, for runners. Okay, up 14%. So basically made back my loss right there. Can I get more? Can I get more? A little bit of a fake out on me, but that's all right. You can always re-enter, right? I just re-entered and I just made my money back. I'm up $500 right now, 17%. New low a day Amazon, up 20%. Okay, this is where I'll typically take half off, up 20%. I'm going to take half off there on Amazon, hold 5 runners. Just made back my loss. A little bit of a fake out there, but staying nimble, trusting the setup looks really good. Market at supply, definitely helping. So we needed that market to find that supply. That really was what... So the thing that happened here, right? It wasn't until you saw some kind of market rejection at supply that Amazon finally gave us that give. It sort of gave up finally after seeing that. So I took half off there just to lock up some profits. Definitely the 1-minute candles, hard to, definitely causing me to get faked out a little bit. Maybe that's a little bit of a lesson for some of you. That 1-minute candle can be tough. But back in Amazon, holding runners, really good look. I mean, it's the perfect look. That's why I just, it's the right setup. It's the break and retest PDL. If you watch my video on Friday, that was, sort of what I talked about, break and retest PDL. It's a great look. So right here is your previous low, right? And you are rejecting that. Now, how much can Amazon go? We'll see. If the market finds another straight up move, Amazon probably goes against me, but that's why I took half off here, to just see if I can now be a little bit more comfortable. And even if I have to give back some profits here, we locked up half at a good point. So interesting battle. Interesting. That's real trading, though. I mean, that happens all the time, right? I mean, getting a little faked out, then it looking better after getting faked out a little bit, re-entering. So sitting up $300, up 21% here. Still starting very small because I'm just not in love with the zombie grind to start the day. I don't love when the market does this sort of melt higher. At this point, I'm just a little bit skeptic on how aggressive I want to be right now. This NASDAQ high is definitely rejecting. Amazon continues to look weak. I would like to see Amazon reject previous day low. Or previous low a day here. I would like to see Amazon reject previous low a day here. I actually can change this to, let me see if you guys can see my charts. There we go. How do you like that view? It's a good view, right? So there's my position. Circle rejecting 80, really nice. Ooh. Yes, Circle rejecting 80, really nice. Wow, Tesla got over 414.50. Damn. Let's see if Amazon can give me one more little drop here after rejecting that previous low a day. That looks really good. Yeah, this looks good. Let it run. See what we can get here. Nice. Very nice. So a nice fake out, man. A nice fake out. You know, a really well done market makers on the first attempt there. Well done. But knew that I still liked the look. After seeing that 5-minute reject like that, I just had to get confident again. But well done market makers on the first fake out there. But after looking and zooming out at the 5, after seeing this candle reject, right, I was like, hey, that's, you know, sometimes you got to be like, let me zoom out and make sure this still looks good. All right, so up 30% on Amazon. Market is starting to reject supply. I think I will go down to 3 contracts here. So selling 2 more right there. Down to 2 contracts. And a beautiful rejection of 673 on the SPY. Beautiful rejection of 673 on the SPY. Honestly, tempting to fade that. But I'd probably want to see the Qs reject VWAP here. Perfect supply level on the market. Absolutely perfect. Look at these supplies on the Qs and SPY. Boom, boom. Same spot. Look at these 2 spots. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful trade there. Anyone take that? Perfect levels. 35% on Amazon. Looking really good. Looking really good. This should flow. If the market starts to reject here, I think Amazon is the heaviest, you know, underperformer of the day. So this should flow for us a little bit. Yeah, I mean, Tanya says it great, right? Tanya says it absolutely great there. Faked out equals sticking to stop loss. I mean, that's great, right? I mean, I appreciate that, Tanya. Thanks for you know, reinvigorating the discipline there. I got stopped out because I stuck to my stop loss, right? And, you know, who knows? Amazon could have squeezed from that point and I would have been down 40, 50%. So I had to take it off there. I had to take it off there. It is what it is. That saves me long term, right? That saves me long term. All right, taking one more off here on Amazon, up 40%. Beautiful trade. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Wow, look at Circle off 80. Oof, that's nice. Okay, market is back into demand though. Okay, let's pay attention here. S&P 500 back into the daily 50. Very much a bounce spot, okay? So we did fade supply, which was great, but that opportunity, it could be over here as you trade back into the 50 on the NAS and you trade back into the 50 on the ES. This could be it, right? It could be over now. This could very well bounce off this level. So that was just a scalp short off supply back into the middle of the NTZ, right? Let's see if the Qs rejects VWAP here, actually. I might pull up the old TradeEvade account for this one. Do we get a little Qs rejection of VWAP here for a little NQ short? I don't know if I like that NQ short into the daily 50 though. I mean, look at the screen there, Buzz. Don't I have my broker on the screen? Is my broker not on the screen on the bottom left? This is my broker, guys. Like, what do you need from me? Yeah, I'll adjust this so you can see. So up top on that top left, you're going to see the QQQ. I'll move this over a little bit. So now I'm going to watch this. I'm going to watch. Q's got over VWAP. Not interested. Not interested. So good scale outs on Amazon. You can see it's starting to bounce with the market bounce, but we've scaled out, so we're really not losing much on that bounce back higher. Didn't make a whole hell of a lot of money on that because it was very early, but a good trade, a good thesis. Okay, you are rejecting VWAP on the NASDAQ futures. Okay, let me go back to this screen for you guys. Let me go back to this screen for you. Because we got some interesting developments here. We got some interesting developments here on the NASDAQ. I'll switch back to my positions if I take another trade. Oh, circle, rejecting 80. Wow. Okay, still holding Amazon. Market staying weak here. Beautiful, beautiful fades of that SPY 673, man. Wow. Okay. What a level. That level is very much intact today. So I'll just switch between this and this for you guys on YouTube. You can see I'm still in that position. There's my broker right there. Still holding 2 contracts, up 35%, 37%. Oof. Nice Q's rejection, VWAP, nice Amazon continuation. Okay, this is getting aggressive. All right, what are we seeing out there? What are we seeing out there? CRWV rejecting, okay. Tesla. I wonder if Tesla fails back under PDH. Ooh, okay. Watching Tesla. See if that turns into a failure move. Circle, beautiful failure at 80. Beautiful failure at 80. Let's see what Amazon can do for us here. Up 42% on Amazon. Puma, QQQ 673 level. Way to go, man. Amazon new lows. There we go. Don't have any more entries here yet. I was interested in that QQQ rejection of VWAP, but I didn't catch it. So unfortunate there. That was clean, though. Wow, there goes Circle. Yeah, Circle 80. Damn. There it goes. Look at that. Nice. I mean, let's just hold on to Amazon for now. Why not? Up 45%. You are back into these demands on the market again, though. So you sort of, yeah, I mean, this is, guys, you know, this is that part of the day where if I didn't catch this short, I can't now, you know, just instantly try to chase this short, right? I have to accept that I missed that there. That is what it is. I have to accept that I didn't take that short up in my supply zone. And I did take Amazon, which is good, right? That's sort of how I traded that with Amazon. But I can't now just take a short into this demand low. Just can't do it. Now I need to see 606 break on the Qs. If 606 breaks on the Qs, that's an immediate look to the downside. So I have to accept it. I have to accept it, that that's all I've been able to catch so far. So still just holding Amazon. I'll switch back to the charts for you. Right there. Just sitting in it. Super small position. Wasn't fully, you know, juiced to take anything large as the market was still sort of strong when I was taking it. So Ended up being a nice play. You know, one of those where you wish you scaled up into it, but you know, it's all right. It's all right. We start good. Let's keep looking. And good scale outs as well. Good scale outs. If Amazon goes against us at this point, it's really just, you know, a couple of dollars. No big change. Yeah, you are in the NTZ. That's why it's pretty difficult to trade in here, right? Because, I mean, look at this Thursday low day hold on the SPY. Look at that. And look at that demand low, right? So if you just chase that short because you were moving lower back into this Thursday low day on ES and Thursday low day on SPY, I mean, that's pretty ugly, right? So at this point, it's just sort of trapping between these two levels. So at this point, it's not that interesting, to be honest, right? It's really not that interesting. You're now major supply high and Thursday low a day. So now I probably would have zero interest trading within this area right here, right? I would want to see now a break under Thursday low a day or a break above the supply high. You could look to take that long off Thursday lows on SPY if you're really trying to scalp this thing in and out, but I'm just not a fan of that back into that 673 supply high. So let's see if I can just quickly do this actually for you guys. Watch this. So here are my entries and exits, by the way. I'll show you those later. Just keep this nice and small. There you go. How's that? Okay, so just sitting in some runners. Really nothing yet. Good trade on Amazon, decent. Nothing like, you know, nothing to celebrate the day over, but good setup. Need something really clear to get involved again here. Patience. Patience. Amazon still looks good. Amazon still looks good. Tesla is rejecting 414.50. I'm keeping a close eye on Tesla here. Yeah, I'm keeping a close eye on Tesla here. Circle still looks really dead. Wow, Circle still looks really dead. Okay, this is another Q's rejection at VWAP here. But it is right in the center of this chop zone, man. I can't do it. I can't do it. I cannot trade inside of this on the SPY. All right, guys, this is something I need you to remember, okay? Long term. I know you're all hyped up. We're on the YouTube live stream. Oh, Desi, where's the trade? I need to make money. Come on, Desi, you're not a real trader. Trade something now, or I don't believe you. You little, you know, all this BS. This is not enticing, okay? And you need to remember this in your trading career. Trying to guess what happens next inside of this range that has been clearly established today so far, with strong demand lows at Thursday low a day, and our clear supply. These are the exact levels that we talked about yesterday. That is translating perfectly into today's price action. On our stream yesterday, we said we're watching Thursday lows and 674 supply highs. That is the exact zone that we have traded within today. And so what did we say about that zone, right? Look at our gray zone that we created on the Qs. We are sitting inside of our NTZ today. We have done nothing but trade from the supply high and the demand low. And now you are sitting in the 50% range of that channel. There is nothing to do here. And if you try to guess right now, it is likely going to lead to a loss. Now, the QQQ VWAP projection, not a bad look, right? Not a bad look. I think it's possible, but then I see the SPY holding VWAP. I see the SPY, the ES holding the daily 50, right? And so I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, Amazon, great trade, 42% and running. We'll see what it can do. Nice setup to start. You know, not bad, not bad. Circle, sick. Tesla, continuing to fail, 414.50. But market's not giving me anything here. If Tesla can get back under previous day high in VWAP, that would be interesting. Thanks for Amazon. Way to go, Aaron. Nice trade, man. Nice little scalp to start. Get the juices flowing for the day. Circle, best trade of the day. Circle, best trade of the day. Damn. Yeah, Circle, best trade of the day. There's your Q's rejection of VWAP. That's aggressive. Okay. What trades did I take? Look at the bottom right of your screen. UNH is a trade that I've been holding. Today, took Amazon. I can show you the entries and exits as well. Circle's gone, man. It's gone, unfortunately. I mean, it has so much to go, though. It really does. It has a lot of room to go, but it's just sort of gone. The entry point's just sort of gone. Tesla's getting interesting. Tesla is getting interesting, and that Q's rejection is really starting to show up. Okay. Yeah, but Tesla's still above PDH. Tesla's still above PDH. And VWAP. Circle's dying. CRW, ooh, okay. CRWV rejections are potentially intriguing. Market's getting pretty fadey here. Off that Q's VWAP. Tesla getting very interesting. Okay. Wow, look at Circle. Look at CRWV. Under 606 Qs, this gets very intriguing to downside. Under 606, that is a very clear look. Can we get it? Can we get it? Damn, look at that Thursday low day on SPY. That's funny. Look at this. That is funny. Yeah, the games. Welcome to the games, my friends. Welcome to the games. This is where the games are played. So you chase that short into Thursday low on SPY, bam, dead, instant death. I mean, this is it. These are the games. Welcome. Welcome to the games. Welcome to chasing death. I need to see the ES break that Thursday low day. I need to see the Qs likely break 606. Amazon is in just set and forget mode at this point. You can see the position on the bottom right of your screen, just sitting in a short, up 45%. Total set and forget at this point. Scaled out at 8 of 10 contracts. It's not showing on screen. It's not on the bottom right of the screen. It's got to be. I see it on my end. Oh, on Zoom? Yeah, it's not on Zoom. It's on YouTube. YouTube, I have like an OBS setup. How do I get that on Zoom? I'm not going to be able to get that on Zoom. If you pop over to the YouTube stream real quick, you'll see it. Okay, look at this Thursday low of day, man. We're just ping-ponging. Just ping-ponging. Nothing. Nothing. Dave, I don't know why. It's just taking long-term shorts on Google without, you know, I mean, you'd have to also want to be short the market long-term. I don't know. I mean, right now, if the market's bouncing off this demand, I probably wouldn't want to be getting into a Google short. Yeah, look at this Tesla hold. Oof. Yeah, oof is right. Look at this hold again. Thursday low of day again, stepping up to the plate. Okay. Let's see what Tesla has to say on this pullback to that PDH. That's technically a break and retest of PDH here, but man, the markets needs to, I need to see something here. I need to see more. I need to see more. Bing bong. The stream is not on WAP today. Today we're in our normal Discord and Zoom for the Discord trader community, and we're doing the live 3-day event on YouTube till tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day, and we'll be back to normal. Amazon's still weak, man. Sort of a set and forget for me still. Just letting it be. I got no reason to exit that. This is how you let their winners ride. Amazon is a great example of, you know, no reason to exit a position, and who knows what can happen here, right? As long as Amazon is under that 231.40, no reason to exit this fully. Runners are good. Taking size off is good into this low, but right now, and no reason to fully exit. UNH high a day? Really? UNH coming back for us a little bit? Oh, see, I do like this Google rejection now, Dave. Now I like this Google rejection possibly. Take a look at that. This is right in our level. 290.25. Look at that. That's interesting. Okay. Do I like Google shorts into that demand low on the SPY today? Probably not. But the market does continue to show a lot of weakness here. VWAP rejection again on the QQQ. VWAP rejection again on the QQQ. Tesla sort of faking out on that pop. Yeah, TOS gets a little bit laggy at times when I'm running all these things simultaneously. Definitely. Definitely. Can barely hear. I mean, mine thing's about as loud as it gets, man. Can't get much louder than what it's at. So this is just patience time, guys. This is truly patience moment in the market. You have started with a grind higher into supply, supply rejected, trapped between demand and supply now between 606 and 613. This is where a lot of money is lost. This is where a lot of money is lost. Where there's just no direction right now. This would be a great time to do a giveaway. Let's get a giveaway. Let me reach out to American. Can I get a All right, I'm going to get the CSV file for the people who registered. Getting the CSV file. Giveaway number 1. Okay, so you can see the market bounced, right? Here's a really good learning lesson for you guys. The market bounced, right, off that Thursday low a day again. See this? And what did Google do? Bam, right? Total fake out. I am not connected to Interactive Brokers affiliate program. I just trade on Interactive Brokers, guys. Not everything I do is tied to some schemy thing. Some people, man. I'm a human just like you. Just the same as you. I'm just here trading on YouTube, man. God forbid. What an asshole. What an asshole for doing this live stream for free. So you can see there that ES just keeps holding that 6750, right? SPY just keeps holding that low a day. And so just again, and this pop, just nothing to trust on this pop, right? This pop is still under VWAP. It's still under supply highs on SPY. It's just not a trustable move still. Nothing is developing. Nothing is truly developing here. Gonna walk on slight green. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I do not mind that. Tesla very strong, huh? Yeah, having a great day, Tesla. That's a beautiful hold, but I just can't do it. I can't do it with this market action. That's one that I let go, that I leave by the wayside, unfortunately. I mean, a good hold of that Thursday low day on the market definitely could facilitate an upside move. I don't mind the idea of this holding and potentially creating upside continuation. But at the same time, I would be longing right here back into this very clear supply rejection from this morning, and that just does not seem that inviting. So Individual equity, Tesla moving by itself. Hey, if you caught a piece, well done. For me, I'm not going to go for it yet. Okay. I got the CSV file. Let me open it up. Another NASDAQ rejection of VWAP. I like interactive brokers for their speed. The speed of the fills is definitely. So here you go, right? Another move that looks like it may start to push higher. VWAP controlled day. Another VWAP rejection NASDAQ. Look at this Tesla fake out. Okay, so still nothing there for me. You got a CRWV rejection at 77 that continues to show. This starts to get interesting. Yeah, this CRWV 77 still failing. Can we get this break? Can this be the time we break here? Amazon still just holding runners, man. Still looks just fine to me. Google failing back under that spot. Guys, it's on the screen. Look at the bottom right of the screen. Look, open the eyes, right? Bottom right of the screen. There's my positions. Okay, hold on here. Let's lock in. We might be getting something. We might be getting something. Give us under 606. Give us under 606, please. Yeah, I mean, Circle and CRWV look like mindless downside still. They really do, but I don't have an entry point. Thursday low day holding again. Okay, back to the giveaway. I thought maybe we'd get something there. Let's see. Not yet. Not yet. Press that like button. Subscribe to the channel. All right, giveaway time. I'm going to close my eyes and just scroll through this. And we're going to start with two people. Okay? Is there actually an Excel? There's an Excel let me I'm not an Excel wizard. Who can tell me the Excel let me look this up. Excel formula for picking. Excel formula. Pick random from list. Here we go. Let me see if I can get it to work. While we wait, I know a little bit boring right now, but let's go ahead and do a giveaway to wake us up. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it the old-fashioned way. Let's just do it the old-fashioned way. The old close the eyes. Who cares? All right, here we go. All the way up, all the way down. Let's move it around here. A little bit this way, that way, this way. How we doing? This way. And right there. To the left. Chris Okonkwo. Chris Okonkwo. We're giving away, to start, some merch gift cards. Chris Okonkwo. All right, that's number one. We'll go number two. Chris Okonkwo. Let me save this email. It's not. Okay. I'm still waiting to see if the market goes somewhere. Right now, we're just chopping. This is good patience. Okay, Brian, thank you. That might help. Okay. Hold on. I have a B. Number of winners. Let's pick one more. Let's use, oh, hold on. Market might move here. Hold on. Paying attention to markets. Okay, hold on. Yes, Circle is just getting torched today. I like this. I like this Google failure of VWAP still. I like this little bear flag on Google VWAP here still. Watching that. But I need this market to flush. I'm still not getting that market move. I still got the NASDAQ sitting right above demand. Just can't do it. I wish it was otherwise. I wish it wasn't. I wish this wasn't the case, guys, but I just can't risk money in this. Just won't do it. Circle's sick, though. Circle was the one. Yeah, sure was. Sure was. Okay, hold on. SPY breaking. Okay. Let's see if we can get some kind of clear rejection here. SPY breaking. Here's the problem with this now, is your SPY is going to break before the Qs. So that's going to get a little tricky, right? So the SPY broke, the Qs did not. That gets a little bit tough now. So here's a little bit of a discrepancy. SPY breaking Thursday low day, Qs still above it. Okay, so tad discrepant there. Going to be cautious on that. Going to be cautious on that. Don't want to get faked out. Amazon's still failing really nicely. Still holding. Okay. I mean, you could definitely look to get aggressive if this SPY rejects this 670.50. That would be a very aggressive look. But it could be a look. Let's see. If this SPY gets right back above this level, it's such a trap again. You really need to see this fail right here. Okay, that's failing. That's important. If this fails, that's important. That's a good step in the right direction to us getting some action here. Not sure I'd be entering on that, but that's a good step. You could look to play that ES short under Thursday low day, 67.46. Right now you're risking 5 points. Oh, yeah, I sort of like that. Oh, it's nasty. Oh, it's nasty. Yeah, the problem is you're still above that Q's low, but this is starting to get interesting. Look at how this is starting to develop right here. Keep an eye on what happens here. This is important. Can it be clean, or is it going to be such a trap here again? Okay. What's it want to show me here? Showing me trap. Yep, look at that. 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 Yep. Okay. Nasty, man. Nasty. Nasty. This is where you get all screwed up, man. Please. For the love of God, these are the days that you need to stop. You need to slow it down, right? Nasty. You can see it. I mean, you could see the traps that are being set there, right? Looked like it was going to fail under these lows. Bam, reclaim, squeeze back higher. And hey, you could long the traps, right? If you're confident that it's short traps, you could long the short traps, definitely. But, you could also just relax. That's a possibility as well. Just sort of relax and not have to force every price action second that you see, right? Equally as good for me. Equally as nice for me. Not going to get peer pressured or, pressured into taking trades that are just sort of trying to make money. It's just Q still holding that demand low. There's nothing here. Trap under that SPY low. Nice trap, right? Look at the discrepancy. SPY made it a low there. Q's didn't. Nice clean price action, right? I mean, clean in terms of, it's clean in terms of being shitty, right? Like, let me rephrase that. It's clean in terms of knowing that it's not going to be clean, right? Like, it makes sense. What you're seeing in the traps you continue to see are definitely, you can definitely see them. And at this point, it's up to you to have self-control, to decide, hey, I don't want to get involved in this, or hey, I'm just going to keep, I'm long, I'm short, I'm long, I'm short, I'm long, I'm short, I'm long, and I'm short again, and then I'm long again, and then just, you know how that day ends. So, yeah, nothing for me here, guys. Apologies, but nice trade on Amazon, still just floating up 40%, so just chilling. Really nothing to do. Hopefully we find something else. Hopefully. All right, let's see if this works here for us. So I got the CSV file in there. I'm going to pick one winner. We're using column B and column C. And let's see if this works. Removing duplicates. Okay, that's great. Look at that. Removing duplicates. Love that. All right, here we go. Exclude duplicates. There we go. Draw it. There it is. Mario Carrasco. Mario Carrasco. Number 2. Mario Carrasco. All right. Hingle McCringleberry. That's funny stuff. That's a great video. All right, we got 2 giveaways so far. 2 merch giveaways so far. We'll get up to like, I don't know, we'll do 5 today probably. We'll do 5. Also, by the way, guys, link in the pinned post of the pinned posts and me spamming in the chat. That is our Black Friday deal for the community. If you are interested, that is 1 year of the community for $11.99, $1,200. So basically $100 a month for 1 year. That is 50% off, and you also get lifetime access to our key levels. So feel free to check that out if you are interested in joining our live trading in our community. Trading live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Wednesday, I do not trade live with the group. I trade live with the mentorship group. That's our 1 day away with a small group of around 20 to 30 people right now. It's typically around 20 to 30 people that show up. So that's a really, in-depth, answering every question type of day. But we still have ADR, who's a great trader in our community that trades for us on Wednesday. So right now, really nothing to do, man. Really nothing to do right now. Probably going to get out of Amazon here soon if it ends up breaking over my... I just realized that my Interactive Brokers is frozen. What the hell? Okay, let me log back into Interactive Brokers here for you guys. Sorry about that. I did not realize that. My computer might be taking a beating right now. Hold on. Why do a leap call? Why do anything? Why, right? Ask yourself why. Why do you need to trade right now? Why do you have to trade within the same zone that we game planned for to not trade within yesterday, right? Why does that change now? Okay? You need to think about this type of stuff, guys. You need to understand the self-control that goes out the window when the bell rings. If your game plan this morning and our game plan last night, when we were together as a group last night, we game planned for this zone on the QQQ to be a no trade zone. What have we done the entire day? We have traded within this no trade zone for the last hour. Why trade? Seriously. You need to ask yourself that. Is it because you're bored? Is it because you need to... I need money because I want to make bank, bro. Yes. From Step Brothers. Great. It's a great quote. Because I want to make bank, bro. I mean, yeah, that's the quickest way to not make bank, right? It's just randomly trade within a chop zone of 100 points for the last hour. You tell me what happens there, man. Go ahead. Tell me. And then I'll be waiting for you. I told you so. I'll be waiting for it. Told you. Desi, I told you. Amazon still looks so good. Look at this, man. No reason to sell Amazon still. Oof. Can we get to, like, the true bear flag here? Look at this. Yeah, Amazon still looks great. I mean, I'd rather just hold my Amazon runners than, getting into anything else here. Amazon's running just fine. I'd rather just hold that. There's no promo code. All you got to do is go to the link that I posted on the pinned post. I'll put it in the description as well. All right. Do you guys want to do like a little Q&A or something? I think it's probably a good time. I mean, yeah, what we're doing today is basically what we talk about on a daily basis inside the group. That's sort of why we're doing this. This is just our daily live trading, market commentary, when we take positions, whether it's a win or a loss, right? Just talking through the markets, advising on intraday action. That's pretty much what we do. So that's what you can get. That's the Black Friday deal that we're providing. Lewis, first super chat of the day. Thank you, Lewis, for that. I appreciate that, Lewis. And your question will be answered first. Lewis, up on SPY and Circle. What support do you have for Circle? You got it, Lewis. Let's take a look. So first thing you need to understand, Lewis, about Circle is if the SPY continues to hold this low, Circle will probably, find some bounces, right? So that's the first thing you need to understand. If this SPY continues to bounce off this low, right here at 670.50, like it has been all day, then you're likely going to see some Circle holds when that happens, right? Now, Circle is also in a beautiful downtrend with really no reason to think otherwise. But let's go ahead and zoom out. The next real demand on Circle is not until its IPO low, which is pretty crazy, right? We look at this Circle daily chart. There is nothing here until 64. So Circle can absolutely go 64. I think that's very possible. Now, that will be dependent on what the market looks like. I would want to see it stay under 80, Lewis. So taking a look at Circle here on the 15-minute chart, if you stay under this low at 80, I think you have every reason to ride that thing. Ride that thing, right? I think you have every reason to ride it if you stay under 80, okay? You wanna set up, where's the level that I need it to stay under? Like for me on Amazon, I'm staying in this as long as it's under 231.40, right? Look at this thing. It's dying. So I'm staying short Amazon as long as it's under this morning low at 231.40, right? And as long as that sticks, as long as we're under that, I'm going to ride it. And you can see riding it has been the right call so far, right? We can see it's still looking very weak under that 231.40 spot. Look at this. So back up 40% on Amazon, and it looks like it might give me more, 41% now. However, the market's just not giving me any inclination to take new entries. Would love to hear what you consider a system setup minimum. 2 monitors. I like 2 monitors. I like a monitor. So I like personally a monitor that is solo my broker. So like everything broker on one monitor and then charts on the other two. I personally have traded with 3 for a very long time. 3 is really like where, I feel most comfortable. 2 for charts, 1 for broker. That's what I like. But you can make that work. You don't need that. I mean, for me, it's a little bit more because I got OBS up. I got all this. I got a lot of stuff up. So Palantir, not much for me here, margin. Just pretty much chopping sideways, man. How do I far go out on options trade? So like on a trade like today on Amazon, I'll always just take the same week. My stop loss on Amazon is 231.41, this level right here. I'll usually just take same weeks if it's like a trade like Amazon today. White, drawing levels versus algo levels if you would, such as TV built-in pivot indicator. White, here's what I'll say about that, okay? The only way to truly trust the level is if you create it yourself, right? The only way to truly trust the game plan is if you create it yourself. You will always trade better in a game plan that you have created yourself. Even to you guys that watch me and I create game plans, you're not going to trust it as much as I do, right? Like people, when if they copied me on Amazon, look at Amazon, let's go. If you copied me on Amazon today, you probably didn't have confidence to re-enter it, right? But I did because I created that game plan. That was one of our top watches from the morning. So I was confident that that could be a trade, and that confidence increased my ability to profit on it, right? So I would always say your own levels, White. That would be my answer to that. I would always say your own levels. Yeah, Amazon's crushing it, man. What a trade. 54% trade for us today. I wish it was more money, right? It'd be cooler if it was more money, but pretty nice trade, man. Pretty nice trade. Let's see if we can catch another little juicer here on the QQQ under 606. I think Amazon now becoming the best trade of the day, actually. No? This is not the best mover of the day? Google has been just floating at this VWAP spot for way too long for me. I'm going to go ahead and take one more off of Amazon here. Go down to one contract. Just sold one more right there. Down to one. Good sell into that drop. Nice trade. Okay. Do we get a little bit of afternoon life here? I'll be on till 12 o'clock, but I'm also going to leave some time later for some real quality Q&A and stuff like that. So, am I a fan of Bookmap? I'll look at Bookmap every once in a while, but on a day like today, I don't think Bookmap's going to do much for you. You're just trading sideways, so I mean, you'd probably just look at Bookmap and say the same thing. I got nothing. We've gone sideways this entire morning, besides the morning squeeze. What's my thought on Netflix? Circle still looks good to the downside too. Netflix, too choppy today, man. Whenever I look at a chart and it's just sideways on the day and the market's sideways, just look away from it. Seriously. And nothing, right? I mean, it's traded at the same price since the open, basically. So it's an instant take it off my charts for me. All right? Take a look at this Netflix chart. I mean, how am I gonna make money in this chart? I just why right? So, and especially when you're looking at this on the Qs. Chinese finger trap. Good sell on Amazon into that. You know, you always want to sell into those exuberant moves in your favor, right? The premium's jacked up to 50%. Take a little piece off, right? Take advantage of those exuberant moves in your favor. Don't let it bounce back against you. So good sell there on Amazon into that drop. The split already happened on Netflix. How do I handle options with a big spread? Typically, I'll stay away from them in total, to be honest, Isaiah. The only way to handle options with a big spread is you can try to go limit orders. But, okay, hold on. Just saw a little bit of, are we going to get something here? Yeah, I mean, circles all day, guys. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's going straight down. It was perfect off 80. That was the entry point. I'm not going to now chase it. It's over. So, congratulations to those that took circle. Okay, hold on. Hold on here. So, Amazon continues to fail for us nicely, staying in that. Ooh, Google's starting to fail too under that VWAP. Okay. All right. What's Bitcoin doing? It's failing today? Yeah, a little bit. I don't mind that hood rejection of PDH. Yeah, that's not a bad watch there. You could keep an eye on that. I would also make sure you're not shorting right into the low of day on the QQQ at 606 in the daily 50. I mean, there is 100% a possibility that this just does this again. So I would probably not want to be short into this daily 50 on the Qs at the moment. I'm interested if it starts to go under it. I'm interested to see if it starts to pick up here. But I'm also not going to get trapped into the low. I'm not going to short at the low a day from this morning now. That doesn't make much sense. You're back at low a day on the ES after just fading this VWAP every time. I would want to see us clearly reject 606 in the daily 50. It's that or nothing. It's that or nothing. $25,000 NASDAQ. Let's see. Let's see. I'll redraw levels if I see some things that happen on the intraday that seem important, yeah. What do we got? GC below, okay. What do we got on GC? Ooh, GC below 4060. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, GC below 4060. NASDAQ bouncing off 25,027. Q's having some holds at that daily 50, 606. I don't mind this Google rejection you're starting to see. It is getting a little bit intriguing, but I just can't get myself to take a position right now with this market action. That Google rejection is sort of interesting. Hood is also rejecting PDH. Sorry, Hood is rejecting the daily 100 SMA. Yeah. Hood's rejecting the 100. Okay, hold on. Does this SPY reject here? Okay, hold on. This might get interesting. Oof. Okay. Look at that. Okay, so you just got your first clear rejection of that level right there. This could start something. Oh, that was it. Yeah, that was it. Look at this. Okay. We might have life here. That was a nice failure under Thursday low a day there. That was very nice. Might get a little afternoon delight here. That was clean. Hood rejection clean. Give me something beautiful here on the NASDAQ. Oh, it's right at the demand level. Come on now. Okay. You'd love the flush candle under 606. I'm watching Tesla as well. Good. Good. Daily 50. Daily 50 SPY. This is the low that bounced this morning. Watch this SPY. Watch the, yeah. Careful of this trap at the daily 50 on the SPY again. I'd love to see us fail that, turn it into a rejection point, and then Q's turn that into a rejection point at 606. That would be straight money. Can we get it? Okay, Tesla's starting to weaken. I need that under that 411.45 spot. That was a nice break and retest at Thursday low a day right there on the SPY. That was pretty clean for about a point. Not bad. Not bad. $606 Qs. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Can we start to pick up some downside volume? No. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, let's see how this fades. Let's see how weak this pop is here. Let's see if this pop is weak. This could be telling if it is. ES is rejecting 67.31. NASDAQ is rejecting 25,027. That's an important rejection, is it not? 25,027 was that major 4-hour level. If I'm not mistaken, I need to check on that real quick. $25,027 is a 4-hour. Yeah, okay. 25,027 is a major 4-hour high on the NASDAQ futures. You are still holding this Q's 606. This is an important, okay. I like that ES rejection right there. This is starting to get interesting. Look at this. Yeah, look at this on the ES here. Daily 50 Qs. Can we break it? This is an interesting rejection on the ES right here. Right there. NASDAQ rejecting 25,027 is good as well. can this flow? I'm still very, very cautious of this daily 50 on the SPY. That is the last line in the sand here. Last line in the sand. But that is starting to look proper. Starting to look proper. Daily 50 SPY still sitting there. Don't want to be caught shorting the low here. I need to see a nice rejection. I haven't gotten it yet. It seems to be working though. Amazon might stop me out as the market goes down. That's funny. It's now or never right here. Yeah. Game time. It's game time. That ES fail was it for that trade. Let's see if we can get the 606 though. That trade right there was the starter trade for sure, off the ES 6730 low, off the NASDAQ 25,027. That's good for now. We saw that rejection come in right there and right there. So that's good. It's leading me to believe that there might be more. Oh, look at that Amazon fail again. What the hell? Damn. Holy crap. Nice. Jeez. I'm a little concerned that this is, you know, I'm starting to feel that FOMO right now. I'm definitely starting to feel the FOMO because that was a nice entry point. It's starting to get away from me. I'd love a little pop here on the SPY. I don't want to FOMO into this. We're already in shorts, which will benefit from this move. Google, beautiful fade. Come on, give me an entry point, please. This was the entry point. That was the entry point on the ES and NQ. The entry point now for me on the Qs and SPY would be a pop back into that daily 50. But I have a feeling that I may have missed it. I hope not. I will do my best to stay patient for a pop and fade move. If this thing just slides lower, then unfortunately I'm going to be a little bit upset that I didn't catch it. Okay. Give me a little pop. No pop. Heavy selling, no pop. Pop it, please. Good. Good, 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 good. Okay, good candle. That's what I'm avoiding, trying to avoid those candles. Okay, is this fade? Oh, instant fade. Instant fade. Ooh, it's getting volatile now. It's getting volatile now. Tesla's still holding somehow. Okay. Good pop. The pop I wanted to avoid. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Let's see if we can get this. What the hell? Let's see if we can get this rejection on the SPY Daily 50. This QQQ 606. I don't like shorting into that sweep of that low from this morning. Nope, 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 not happening. I'm not shorting this. I don't like it. I'm a little bit careful here still. I don't like the sweep of this low on the Qs. See this low in the Qs here? You swept that? I don't like that. That's a little bit sketchy to me. That's a little bit sketchy to me. I'll maybe look for it, but that's a little sketchy to me. I would be careful shorting back, and I might actually look to take an NQ long here. You need to get back under that morning low. So I'll look for both sides here. I would be very careful with this sweep of this Q's low here. Did the NASDAQ sweep the low as well? I haven't taken any positions, just so you know. Still trying to get my thoughts together here. I'm a little bit careful of that morning low getting swept. Maybe if I can see something clear below that. This right here. 24,955. That is a good pop and fade at the daily 50 on the SPY right now. Okay. Okay. Watch this candle. If this candle wicks at this morning low again, I'd be very cautious. Okay, it's going down. Not feeling it still. Personally, I don't really like this right now. I don't like how that keeps sweeping that low like that. See this low over here? I'd be just a little bit cautious on that. Just a little bit. I'd wait a second to see what happens here. Oh, I'm very tempted along the NASDAQ. But I'm not going to do that, even though I feel like that could be another trap of these lows right here. This is tough. This is tough. This is tough here. I want to say downside, but I also don't like the sweep of these lows, so I am not fully confident here. I need to see more. This is a sweaty, sweaty entry. So sweaty, this entry. You can just look at these candles. Look how much you're gonna be sweating like crazy entering here right now. I mean, I would be sweating. I don't want to sweat. I don't want to sweat. There's definitely an interest to this being a short trap under these morning lows. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, this would be super nasty to be short squeezed out of. You're holding that low again. Careful here, please. Can it create a nice, can the pop get faded though? That's also what I'm interested in. Oh my God. Yeah. Yep. That makes a lot of sense again. That makes a lot of sense. That's a little sweep of those lows on the NASDAQ. That's where people chase that short. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Good read. You longed it? Nice, man. Nice. Take that quick win. It's beautiful. Take that quick little a little yeah, just be careful because that could be a pop and fade still, right? Into that daily 50. It's just tough stuff, guys. I mean, this is tough action right now. There's no doubt about it. There's multiple reads right now. But just trying to play protective here. I hope I'm helping someone. I hope I stop someone from shorting there. I mean, that's a very common sweep of a low. That I have to give credit to Mr. Case for always keeping that in my mind. The sweep of the NASDAQ lows can be very nasty, and that's exactly what you saw there. Super nasty. Could have longed it. I was tempted, as you heard me say. I was tempted. That was definitely flowing through my mind. I was like, ooh, nasty little NASDAQ trap long here. Could be a sick trade. Trying to not be degenerative, even though that is a pretty valid, look that I talked about there. Sweep of the lows. So basically, right, you have, let's say you have a bunch of orders sitting at this low a day, right? So this was your previous low a day right here on the Qs. So let's say you got a bunch of low a day orders sitting here, right? Look what the NASDAQ basically took out all those orders, sort of just swept under the lows, right? Just a little bit. All I had to do is come down a little bit, right? Get all those orders out, pick up that liquidity that's sort of sitting there, and then, back to the upside. That's a sweep of the lows, right? You got to think about this being like orders here. These are all orders sitting here. So you have a bunch of orders sitting here at low a day, but look, this is also still rejecting the daily 50. So there's still not much to read here. So you got all those orders swept under that low, and then it sort of picks up that liquidity. The reason I don't love the long is, right, you're still, Dave, you got to stop, man. Dave, we get it, brother. You got to stop, okay? I'm sorry, dude, but it's getting annoying. A great job. You can't just message the same thing 10 times a minute. You're basically just silently trying to prove that you're right, and I don't like that, okay? It's very annoying. I mean, I could just be saying Amazon, Amazon, Amazon. I told you Amazon. I'm so happy I'm short Amazon 1,000 times today. Just not doing it, right? It's just very annoying. Please. Please. Okay, I'm going to get stopped on Amazon, by the way. And that is going to be that for Amazon. What a long off that trap. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Very nice. That is a sick trap long. Jeez. That is sick. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, that could have been a little bit of a little I could have got a little aggressive there. I think I read that pretty good. That little sweep of that Q's low. I was tempted on that NASDAQ long. I was. I decided to not do it, but what a move. Wow. So, I mean, just a nice, hopefully that was a good read to show you guys. I mean, you saw when I noticed it, how instantly I was like, no. As soon as I noticed that, I was like, oh shit, hold on. So what is that, right? That is when you trade down to these massive levels, you really need to understand how dangerous it can get, right? Because if you are wrong here, you are very wrong, right? And so if you are short here, it's not like you're going to be short and be wrong a little bit, right? You're going to be wrong a lot of it if you're on the wrong side of a trade at this key level. So sometimes what the actual, the best trade is to look to see which side could get trapped there, right? And reverse the move on which side could get trapped, right? And so I'm assuming a lot of people are looking to short the lower day break, right? And once you got, oh my God, is this a rally back to the upside? Golly. Once you saw that little sweep of the Q's lows, that was something. Okay. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Hey, at least good no short, right? I mean, that's, at least I didn't short that. I'm happy about that. At least I didn't short that. I am happy about that. How do you know there's orders there? I mean, you could use Bookmap, or you could just understand it's the previous low a day, right? It doesn't have to be very complicated. It's just the previous low a day, right? So it doesn't have to be overly complicated. But you can use, that's a spot where you could use Bookmap to see like the orders that are sitting at that level. Yeah, it would be nice to get that little retest ADR. I wouldn't mind that. Little pullback long here. Could be nice, actually. I hope it doesn't just, it looks like it might just go full squeeze mode, but yeah, like this pullback long could be interesting now. If we can get a little pullback long at that daily 50 again. I would like that to happen before we hit VWAP though. And Tesla, beautiful day of reclaiming 414. Beautiful. Yeah, not a bad little hold above that 414 today. That is a major reclaim, by the way, on Tesla. That is a major reclaim. So this could be meaningful. That could be meaningful. UNH going over high a day? Yeah. How are we looking on UNH? Yeah, not bad. Coming back a little bit. Pretty slow day for me so far, but good reads. Hopefully they're helping. So far, I thought a pretty well-read day. I'd like to try to get some action. I'd like to flex a nice trade. But I mean, this is what we do every day in the community. Yes, Gina, this is exactly my day. This is my life, guys. You're getting an inside look at my everyday life. It's just us in the group talking about trading and every day, intraday action. Some days I have good reads, like today. Some days I don't have good reads, right? So you're going to love me some days and you're going to absolutely hate me some days. But, it's, at the end of the day, I can't help that because I'm human and I'm not always right. So don't come here and think that I'm perfect all the time. I thought today has been really nice, right? Really nice reads. Like, I think we've stayed away from chop. We had a good call on the no short there. Could have reversed it to be a long, to be aggressive, but, for me, just not great. Good no longs into this supply high. So key levels are absolutely playing today. I haven't been able to find the confidence to get too aggressive in here. But, so far just protecting myself, which is a win for me, right? You're still technically in the NTZ. The two best trades of the day have come off the key levels, right? That's something to take away from here, right? The two best trades of the day have just come off the two barriers of the guardrails, right? You have guardrails today, and every time you bump into them, it becomes a nice trade. So guardrail, 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 right? It can be difficult to trade those guardrails because you have to be confident in reading. The reason why it's hard to trade the guardrails is because you need to be really good at trading or reading price action at these spots, right? You need to be super precise at reading price action at these spots. So that read we had off that, that low, that's the type of read you got to have to really get confident in that long there. because you can't now just chase this. I mean, maybe you can, but I would have liked to be in down at that trap low. UNH looks good. Nice. Tesla, yeah, definitely a nice day for Tesla. Definitely stronger than I expected, so that thing's squeezing probably a lot of people out of it, as I think it's much stronger than most expected here. A really important reclaim, by the way. Like, seriously, this is a very important reclaim for Tesla. Next low, 422. Yeah, that's your next low right there, 422. Really nice 15-minute hold of that demand, of that previous rejection point, right? Look at that. Pretty clean. Here you are back at the VWAP. Back in my VWAP. Here I am in my, what is it? My garage. Ty, what's his name? Ty? What's his name? Ty? It's low a day on Qs, SD. Right? ES and SPY broke low a day. Q's NASDAQ did not. So you have to still take into account that the Qs and NASDAQ did not break low a day. And you need to be very careful of, you know, trading short into a low a day, as always. I don't mind the Tesla pullback to that 417.60. Florida weather, I think it's like 70 degrees out. I bet you I'm getting so many texts that I need to attend to for this house that I'm building, and I'm just not paying attention to any of them. Yep. Jesus Christ. It is 78 degrees right now in Florida. 78. Geek, way to go, man. Nice job. 20. You're doing great, Geek. Way to go recently. Hold on. I got a Black Friday deal coming through from TradeZella. Just got a text from them. TradeZella Black Friday sale. Huh. Okay. Let me get you that link real quick. You know what would be really cool? I'm going to do this. I want to try to do this at least. I'm working on it. I want to set up a hotline so that you guys can, it'd be sweet to have like a hotline that people can call in at. And then like, I would probably have Nick. I'd probably have Nick like curate it, you know, see if it's some idiot or not on the other side. And then send them through to the hotline. I think that'd be sick. Sort of like Alex or Mosey did. I like that idea. Okay, hold on. Hold on. This might be a trade. Watching this SPY break and retest of Thursday low a day. Can you get over VWAP in the daily 50 on ES here? Look at this Thursday low a day hold. Reclaim. This could be a reclaim ripper. This could be a little reclaim ripper here. Yeah, I'm long ES, Stop under 67.46. I took an ES long here. Stop under 67.46. I'm going to try a little MES. Let's see if I get a quick stop out or if this holds this. I'm going to go 45 stop. Does this hold here? Is this Thursday low hold? I'm trying a little MES. Nothing on the option side for me. I want to see if this can hold here. 46. Super tight trade, risking 2 points. I want it to hold right here. 46. If this doesn't hold 46, I'll get taken out for 2 points. I'm in at 3 points. I'm in at 49. I'm going to try a 3-point risk here on the ES long. Let's see if this can hold 46. I don't mind that. You are up against this VWAP, so super tight. But look at this little Thursday low a day. Let's see if this can do something. You're right above that SPY VWAP too, and you're above that Q's VWAP. I do not mind this. Can this play? If I see more clarity, I might try it on the option side as well. Oh, you're holding the 50 on the NASDAQ. Oh, this could be a little special here. This could be a little bit special if we can get a real move here. I don't know if there's enough volume on that move right there, though. NASDAQ is still failing VWAP, so I don't want to give it much. But this will be a super tight entry. Q's holding VWAP. I need it over VWAP for the option side. For the futures, I don't mind taking that little hard stop risk. The options, though, I don't have a hard stop. So with a hard stop risk of 3 points, I'll accept that on the future side. Options, I need a little bit more clarity. Yeah, nice. Okay. Up $100. Nice. Nice. Little reclaim ripper, a Thursday low a day. Can it be real? Yeah, why not? Yeah, sure. Sure. All right. Taking that. 150. Taking that on the futures account. Out. Took that quick scalp. Now I'm looking at the options. This is an interesting reclaim ripper here. That was a Thursday low a day reclaim. I love the reclaim trade. Took a little scalper off that right here. This little reclaim. Not bad. Good read. Wish I was long off the trap low, yeah. That would have been nice, huh? Dylan caught the long off the sweep of the low of the day. Let's go, dude. 70 points. Way to go, man. Shit. Hell yeah. Nice job. I still think you might have a little bit more here if this build is proper. Can we hold this daily 50 here on the ES? Watching this. Watching this. 610 Qs is rejecting. NASDAQ is reject. Oh, look at this ES hold. Look at this ES hold. Eesh. This is sketch. Good hold on ES though. Qs is right into that morning rejection spot. Yeah, this is a little bit sketchy. You'd probably want to see this break first. The entry's not bad though off the ES50. It's not bad. And VWAP, I can't hate that, but I do think it could be right to wait for this 610 break. The problem is you wait for that 610 break, it might just squeeze on you, and you're not going to be able to find an entry, unfortunately. NASDAQ holding VWAP here. Yeah, see, this is what I hate, because right now, if this breaks, it's going to squeeze, and if you don't enter before full confidence, you're going to miss it. This is tough. This is a tough one, because if I longed and this level rejected on the NASDAQ, I would know why I lost, right? If I longed here into this Q's triple top, I would understand. You know, if it did this, I would understand why I lost. And I think it's right to wait. Hopefully it gives us something clean. Yeah, it needs to break 160. I agree, ADR. I agree. 160 right here on NQ. Without that, going to stay away. I hope it gives us an entry. My hope is that it doesn't just do this. Let's see if it can give us an entry. I don't mind the scalp off that Thursday low. That was good, but now it's sort of, it's just such a micro scalp though. That's why I don't want it on the option side. Can we hold VWAP, NASDAQ? Can this start to build? Can this start to build here? That VWAP, she's dancing. She's dancing right here. Look at this NASDAQ VWAP hold. It's dancing. SD, it's really a different type of trade, right? It's not really like a break and retest trade, the sweep of the low. That's more of just like a trap trade. It's a little bit more advanced, you know. Don't try to trade that if you're not really comfortable with reading it. If you couldn't read, here's what I would say, SD, right? And it's not a fault of anyone, or it's not a, I'm not saying that you're not a good trader. It's just, if you didn't read that sweep of the lows as a potential long, then I don't want you to be a part of it. You have to be confident in that read. The concept is just that one side is going to get trapped, and it's going to create a squeeze back to the opposite side, right? That's the concept there. The concept is people are trying to short a low a day break. It fakes them out underneath it, and that will influence a squeeze back to the upside. So you're basically just taking advantage of the squeeze. I mean, that would be your target, right? You just target a move higher. It's just a little scalp target of, maybe target into VWAP, target into the 50. Yeah, I mean, it could have just rejected the 50 as well. It definitely could have. Right? I mean, that's why I didn't take it. It wasn't, it was a good read. Doesn't mean you have to trade it. It is an ICT concept. It is. It truthfully is. It's. I mean, it's just a concept. It's just a trading concept, really. It's not. Doesn't have to be ICT. It's just a concept of price action, right? That's all it is. You don't have to trade it, right? You don't have to trade it. You have to remember that. You do not have to trade that trap. If you ask him, he owns it. That's right. Yeah, I mean, I got to make sure I give him his credit for that, huh? Sorry, ICT. Yeah, look at this battle at 160 now. I hope this wakes up, but man, oh man, if it just dies out here, it's going to suck. Is it just going to die out here? it's losing its juice here again. Come on. Find it. Find it. Okay, VWAP still holding. ES still holding. I mean, at this point, there is a valid reason to look for the ES long off the 50. There really is. Like, this is starting to become more and more valid here. But, I mean, here's where the discrepancy happens, right? Are you long ES50? Or are you waiting for us to break this 160 NASDAQ, right? That's the question mark. Do you just take the ES long off the 50 and live with the uncertainty of this NASDAQ rejecting? Or do you wait for the NASDAQ to break and maybe, you know, a little bit lower of a risk reward and a little bit of a chased entry, but that's up to you. But that's, you know, that's the concept right now. Tesla's still strong, which gives me confidence that you might continue higher. ES long is still looking good off the 50s. Got about 10 points so far on that. I'm all out though, but it's working. Man, I gotta take a piss bad. Sorry, I know that's a little derogatory, but I really have to go to the bathroom. But I don't want to miss this. I need a little toilet bowl underneath my seat right here. All right, I'm going to go real quick. I'll be right back. I got to mute. I'm going to miss it, aren't I? I'm going to miss it. Hold on. I should just go. Damn it. Okay, hold on. We're back live. Okay. Really nice on that ES off that 50. Very nice. Yeah, here's your squeeze that I was worried about. Okay. Okay, hold on. Does this hold here? Does this Q's hold here? Real traders use the pens. Does this hold here? 610 Qs. This is such a small scalp though. It would be a 610 Qs into 612. It would be a 2-point scalp on the Qs here. This could be an entry point. This could be an entry point. Looking for a little pullback to 610 here. Netflix, what's it doing? Yeah, everything's sort of pushing higher now with the market. Little pullback to 610 or just straight squeeze. You're right back into SPY supply now. it's starting to get away from us, man. If you haven't taken this already, it's starting to get away from us because, you know, you're starting to get close to our supply high now. If I could get a little pullback long like this, I would look for an entry point. But it's starting to just sort of squeeze over this high. The trapped long down at the lows was absolute money. Can I get a pullback here to 160? Give me this. Yeah. Come on. A little bit more. Good. Is that all it's going to give me? Good. Okay. Does this get bought up? Oh, this could be an entry here. Give me the confidence. Where is it? Where's my confidence here? I want a little bit lower. Yeah, I want it a little bit lower. Good. This is what I want. That's the pullback I want. Now prove me. Prove me that you're going to hold. Right here. Prove to me you're going to hold right here. Prove to me that you're going to hold right here. I don't know. Okay. Oh. Okay. Hold on here. Oh, this looks really good. I'm long. Taking some Q longs here. Stop under this 610. 610. Rip it. Rip it. Oh, this looks good. Play. Come on. Play. Quick. Quick and aggressive. Just a little 10% scalp. That's 10% right there. Taking a third off. Sick entry. Sick entry. Sick entry. Come on. Go to 612. Go to 612. Yeah. Go to 612. Un poquito más. Another off 20%. Down to 10 contracts from 30. Some off at 10, some off at 20. That was sick, man. Nice fucking trade right there, man. That was nice. Nice confidence, nice patience. Oh, baby, that was nice. That felt good. Nice. Let's see if we can run this. Come on, 612. Yeah. Yeah. See if I can hit that $1,000 profit today. That's the break and retest, man. I mean, man, that is exactly what we talked about yesterday. Like, there's no bullshit here, you know? And I see a lot of you guys taking it too. Like, we have created a system and a look that if it's disciplined and it's traded correctly, it is such a possible thing to do. Such a perfect break and retest. We waited for it to pull back. We waited for it to move lower back into the retest. The ability to stay patient and wait for that to pull back right here instead of chasing this candle it makes all of the difference. Even if this is just a small scalp, it's a profitable opportunity. And who knows, maybe this runs, but you know, we're scaling out because I don't know if this is going to reject here and go straight back down. I don't know that, right? So I'm taking profits off to make sure I'm not giving back that move. And you know, if it only makes out to be a 20% scalp, then it's a 20% scalp. Or, you know, it turns into a huge runner, but we shall see. At this point, it looks like it is getting a little bit heavy up here. The SPY did hit 673, so we could start to be under some pressure here. But we've taken 2/3 of the position off, up 20%, to protect ourselves from that potential, you know, failure up at this SPY supply. And it is what it is if that happens. But really good entry model and really good, you know, entry criteria that can be followed every day. That can be followed every day. Let's see if it can run for us, or let's just see if that's it. I mean, is it just a little scalp here? Let's see. I don't know. That I don't know. That's the uncertainty of the trade that I can't answer. But all I can answer is that I'm going to stay long until that 610 breaks on my runners. Yeah, I mean, it's delayed on YouTube, guys. So, I mean, YouTube is obviously going to be delayed. You know, you guys in the Discord chat and in the Zoom are, you know, there's no delay there. So congrats to you that took that. See, a lot of you guys took that trade. ADR, nice. At 25,160 level, way to go. Perfect. ATEC, way to go, man. Brian caught a piece, it looks like. Can we hold 10 here and build this thing? I mean, it's still a very valid trade if you're late to it here on that pullback. As long as it's over 610, your entry is going to be probably a little bit elevated, but still valid. The problem here is 673 SPY. 100% from the SPY bottom. Way to go, Nick. Way to grab that, dude. Let's go. Nice trade. The trades I'm in are on the bottom right of your screen, man. Yeah, I don't know what the TOS clock says for you guys, but, you know, I can show you my TOS clock if that helps. And trust me, there's a... Oh, why can't I pull that in? So if you want to steal my account number on TOS, be my guest. There is $4 in this account. I can't even get you the clock on TOS, unfortunately. That's 4 for 4 at Wednesday, at Wendy's. Yeah, that's true. All right, we might be rejecting 673, so we might see the rest of this trade fail on us a little bit. It's possible, right? It is possible. I think it is a possibility. That 673 rejection is definitely coming in. If I can get one more pop on the Qs here, I'd probably scale out a little bit more. Yeah, that SPY rejection's too heavy to get any more continuation, it looks like. Not bad. Can it hold 610 though? I have to give it that. I have to give it that. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely take it off here, but, you know, I don't want to take it off because what if this holds again? I want to see that out. I want to see if that's a possibility again. If anything, this could continue to be getting, if this keeps getting bought up on these pullbacks, it could actually create an even better long. Let's see. All right, look at this 2-minute chart, still holding. Patience. I see the possibility of being wrong though, right? I see the SPY 673. I'm not blind to that fact. That's why I was scaling out into those moves. This would be a sick NASDAQ hold again, dude. At 160. Yeah. Can you hold 160? Can you hold 160? Can you hold 610? 15-second delay? Okay. Yeah, it looks like it could be over. 673. Let's see if I got to take the rest off here. Do we hold 160? Hmm. 610 holding again. Okay. And the rest of the trade is still in. You'll see when I exit on the bottom right of the screen. Oof. Okay. Another big wick there. Oh, I might long NQ here. Yeah, I'm long MNQ here. Stop loss under 25,160. Took some MNQ longs. Stop under 25,160. I'm trying some MNQ there. TTL, man, TTL. Let's TTL here. 610, 25,160. Can it do it? Can it do it? That SPY supply is the problem. But I like it. I like it for a scalp. Little end of day, little afternoon, little cherry on top. Could be nice. Entry on MNQ is 83, so risking 20 points on MNQ. Patience. Patience, patience, patience. More of that, please. More of that, please. Just need one candle here. Yeah. Oh. I have a fear I'm going to get hard stopped on the futures on a little trap under that level. But I'll keep it where it's at. Maybe it needs VWAP. Still holding. Still holding. Yeah, might get hard stopped here. Still in. It's at 57. $6.10. Okay. Might be taking this off. I need something here. Oh, I got a hard stop there on NQ. Okay. Out on NQ. Took a loss. Given this QQQ option trade, still a little bit of time here at 610. Still in. Still in. 610. Getting ready. All right, I'm out. Good try. Good trade. Failed it. Didn't hold back above. Out. Wanted to see it hold that high. Maybe I'm getting trapped here, but I will stick to that stop, 610 stop. Maybe I'm getting trapped a little bit. Maybe it's trapping me. I think it probably is, actually. It's probably trapping me here. Yeah, maybe I should have been a little bit more patient there. I would definitely keep watching this opportunity. Oof, yeah. Keep an eye on this. This still looks good. I maybe should have been a tad bit more patient on that. All right. That's all right. That's all right. Good little retest long, little 10%, 20% trade. I'm getting trapped up a little bit right here. This still looks possibly very good. I would keep your eyes on this. Yeah. Do I want to re-enter? I don't think I do. Because that SPY rejection's up there still, so I'm just gonna give it away. I'm just gonna let it be. I'm gonna let it be. I'm gonna let it be. It might still be good. It might still be good. This longer time frame looks pretty valid still, but you can see right here on this 2 minute. But this SPY rejection up here is just too heavy, so I'll just let it be, man. Is what it is. I made 119 bucks. Not much, but play protective. Made some money. Good look. All right, guys, that might be it for me today. We'll do some Q&A now, but that's probably my last trade, man. Good little look there. Not bad. Not really resulting in anything of serious movement, though. Made not a lot. All right. Good reads today. Good reads today. Very good reads today. Didn't get anything like, you know, one of those. But yeah, I'm not trying that again. That SPY supply is too heavy up there, and I'm not going to long back into that now after seeing failure. So I wanted to see it just go, you know, but it didn't. We're just not on that day. It had a chance there. It had a chance right here, right? You saw the break retest long. It had a chance to go for it. It might still, but it's just now it's just taking too much time. So good reads today, good trades today. Very happy. Managed well. Not a big day for me at all, but managed well, stuck to stops, you know, took my reads, stayed patient when it wasn't ideal, took my shot when I found something that was somewhat valid. I still think this read here at this QQQ high is something to watch. I just don't know if you want to be long into that SPY 673. All right. Hey, TB. What's up, TB? Trade Brigade. How you doing, man? Yeah, great patience today. We never moved out of the NTZ. Like I said, I like to take little attempts in the NTZ. If I see something like right now on the Qs, I see the potential retest long here. So I like to take little attempts, but not anything that's big, right? You saw my size today was very small because we have been trading in the NTZ all day, which is very, very, very true. But, you know, am I not going to try a little break and retest of this structure high today? No, I'm going to try that. I'm not going to blow up my account. I mean, that's the difference, right? Like, am I going to try a little break and retest of this triple top high in the Qs on that beautiful 20% scalp that we took? Yeah, of course. I'm going to try that a little bit, right? Not going to blow up my fucking account trading it like some people like to do. You know, it's just a little attempt. It's a clean break and retest. 610, break, retest long. We had a nice win. We were up 20%. Gave it 610 to see if it could continue. It didn't. Got stopped out. Made a couple $100. Moving on, right? I mean, that's it. It's one of those days. It's just nothing's material as we trade in the NTZ. And if I just have to protect myself, right? What you can't do right now is stay in this QQQ long and hope that it continues to go higher, right? And be like, oh, I'm not stopping out, right? Let it go lower, and then you're down 20%, down 30%, down 40%. That's what you can't do, right? I'm going to wake up tomorrow. I'm still going to be in a fine position, right? I made a couple $100 today. I didn't blow up my account. Tomorrow's a new day. Hopefully some better action for us. And that's just moving on, right? Another day of reading price action, being disciplined, structuring, having structure to my trades. Some days are huge, some days are slow. And to be able to manage, this type of slower day it's fine. Just managed it well. I think a lot of people feel like they need to, right? Like, I can't feel like I have to nail something now. It's just not that day. I'm not going to, nothing is really being a nailed trade. Besides that trap long. The trap long at the lows was the nail, right? That was the nail, for sure. This was the nail, the trap long at the lows. That was the juicer. So, all right, let's do some Q&A. Let's do some Q&A. Oh, I'm just going to go ahead and pull up my chart or my broker for you guys. Here's my day. Okay. Very, very light. Nothing exciting. I'm up $400. Just never got, here's my trades. I'll show you my trades. So we took that Amazon short this morning, which was beautiful. Let's go ahead and recap our trades. How about that? We took 2 trades today, Amazon and QQQ, both profitable trades, just didn't amount to anything big. Now, Amazon did have a high percentage point gain, so that's great. But early morning trade scaled down, didn't really juice me much on P&L. But these are my trades today. Amazon was a awesome break. Let's go Jumbotron. Let's go Jumbotron. Here. And let's move this up here. All right, so Jumbotron. Here's my $4 you can see in this account. Let's pull back up Interactive Brokers. Let's put it back over here so you guys can see the entries and exits. There we go. All right. So trades today, right? Both trades, actually the Q's trade, not so much a trade based off the original thesis. So it was a little bit of a, just a scalp attempt, but Amazon, our original thesis today was to look for a short under this daily high right here. So let me go ahead and get this going. Right here, I was looking for a short under this daily high on the gap fill idea. So we had this daily high right here that I was looking for that gap fill rejection, or sorry, the rejection to gap fill. That was this morning. That also lined up perfectly with this low from Friday. So if I go ahead and put on my new GOAT, that's the new GOAT settings right here. If I set this up, right, you can see we had that key daily level at 232.82. And we had the PDL, right? So if we go into the 5-minute candles here, actually, let's go to the 1 minute. I'll show you where I got faked out the first trade. So we got a nice break underneath that daily level and that PDL right here, right? Big break below it. We got the retest, and I went ahead and I took a short right here. So my short was at, you can see the time was 9:44. So that was right, actually it was right on this candle, 9:44. Got stopped out of that trade at 9:55. So right here, got stopped out of that trade at 9:55. And then I re-entered it at 9:57 on this candle after looking at the 5-minute time frame. So 5-minute time frame, I zoomed out for a second. I said, oh, wait a second. Hold up. Wait a second. Right? Look at that 5-minute rejection right there. So I re-entered that trade at 9:47. And scaled out into that win for, at the highest of it was like a 50% win down at these lows right here, actually. So that was quite nice. That was a really nice break and retest of PDL. And now you can see, look at Amazon actually going higher off PDL now. Is the market going higher? It's got to be, right? It's bouncing back a little bit. Oh, that's NASDAQ. Yeah. Remember we said, does NASDAQ need VWAP? It looks like it needed VWAP there. Oh. Oh. Don't get me back interested. Don't suck me back in, man. Don't suck me back in, please. Yeah, that's sort of interesting. ES, VWAP, and daily 50 there on that pullback. I'm not going to get sucked back in. That was the first trade. And then the second trade was the QQQ long. Look at that rejection, though, a 610. Yeah, look, you're failing back under these highs. This is a problem. And also, I will say, I love your guys' commitment to the NTZ today. Love it. You guys, a lot of you guys are reminding, and this happens, right? This is an awesome example today, okay? And whether, you know, great example of human nature and NTZ, right? Right now, we're looking at these little spots and we're like, ooh, VWAP, ooh, this, ooh, that, right? Ooh, 1 minute chart, ooh, that could be nice, right? All of it is technically trading within that gray zone, right? So this is a great little, you know, little lesson here of you get sort of sucked into these little reads on the intraday while it's all inside this chop zone, and it could just keep getting you interested and interested and interested, and it could end up just keep making you lose, right? So this is where I have to decide today, where I'm like, hey, I tried it. I was somewhat right. I was able to profit on it, and I probably should stop getting interested, right? Like I need to reassess and realize where we are and just be like, all right, hey, tomorrow's a new day, okay? Clearly this is not, it's very slow. Let's put it at that, right? Look at how slow this is moving. So it's a great opportunity to sort of step back and say, all right, let me just stay away from this. But the trade that I did take on the Qs here was the break and retest of these morning highs. So rejection, rejection, rejection. And you guys can see right here, we got a retest of that level for a long. You can see my entry on the screen was 1156. So I entered right on this candle here. I exited at 1157 for a 10% win. And then I exited at 1157 again for a 20% win. So I got 20% on this rip. And then the rest I got taken out right here. So for a little scalp, just didn't amount to anything. And why didn't that Q's trade amount to anything? Because of this right here, right? That's where it got stuck in its tracks, right there. And that was a good, no, here's a really good example, guys, of Qs and SPY. So SPY hit our supply, 673, right? And rejected, whereas the QQQ still maybe had a little bit of room there, right? Where you'd be like, hey, I want 612. That's what I wanted. But what stopped the Qs from going to 612? The SPY 673, right? Bam, rejection, over, trade's done. I did not explain what he's doing. I mean, that is just an absolutely absurd comment. That is a straight out of left field comment. I mean, I don't even know how that's even remotely possible. I mean, you just, maybe you don't understand anything I'm saying, but anyways, so those were my trades today. That's wild. Hey, Nick's here. What's up, Nick? That's funny. All right. So those are my trades today. That's a great way to I'm losing it. That's a great way to end it. So I can't stop laughing. Welcome to day 2, everyone. How's everyone doing? Welcome back to the live stream. I hope you guys are having a fantastic. My name is Desi Trade, and I'm here today to trade live with you. I hope you have a fantastic. Hope you're having a fantastic morning. The bell's about to ring in about 2 minutes. We're getting ready to prepare ourselves for an intraday trading session, and all right. Wrong one. So, I hope you guys enjoyed our session today. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Let's do a little Q&A here. Let's do a little Q&A here today. What is your chart set? Yeah, I mean, at me if you have a question, that definitely helps. Like if you put at Vincent Desiano, I'll definitely be able to read that much better. What's your chart setting on the 1 minute? I'm not sure what you mean by chart setting, but just, you know, just a 1 minute chart. I don't always watch the 1 minute. I'll flip between the 1, 2, and the 5. So I'll flip, you know, back and forth. Do I use RSI? No, I do not. Hold on 1 second, guys. I got to check a message real quick. Okay. Before you head out, I have some things to say. We're not done yet, so don't head out yet. I started recording from last night. Will this be public? The recording last night, that's TBD. That was some juicy stuff last night. And to those that didn't show up and didn't take the time to register for it, you know, do I want to give them that liberty of just being lazy? You know, we'll see. But that's TBD. I mean, probably I would assume I would like to get that out to more people. So, you know, if you registered and you shoot us an email, we'll get it to you. How about that? But I will probably make it public. But I'm hesitant to, but I probably will, to be honest. What makes you comfortable to take futures trade before the New York Open? I typically don't take too many futures trades before the New York Open, and I agree for your hesitation with the low volume. So, why spreads on Quest Trade brokers really high? It's not your broker that has wide spreads. It's all brokers. It's just the way the stock is. Low volume stocks, low liquidity stocks will always have high spreads. How do I use VWAP in my trades? I like to use a goal. I like to say if you're below VWAP, don't long into it. If you're above VWAP, don't short into it. That's really the, you know, at the basic of, you know, how I would look at VWAP. If I'm above it, don't short into it. If I'm below it, don't long into it. Would I recommend swing trading intraday? I mean, it depends on, you guys got to remember, swing trading is not about whether you're a, you know, it's all about market conditions, okay? If we're littered with Trump tweets that could happen at any moment, swing trading is going to be very difficult, right? So it's really about market conditions, and I would say lately the market conditions are not ideal for swing trading, personally. How many trades do I average per day? I mean, I'd like to call it 2 to 3 a day and call it a day. I mean, that's my ideal situation. Like today is today's an awesome day. I very much enjoyed my trading day. I felt very in control. I didn't make that much money. I'm not getting that, you know, that dopamine hit that I would love to have. I'm not getting that, you know, bam baby $5,000 day type of feeling, but I think I was in, you know, great control, and that's a day for me, right? You know, that's it. Why don't you use tape in level 2? I just use my levels, man. I watch price action at key levels. The $11.99 is yes, that's a yearly subscription to our mentorship. It's level 1, really. It's true, Ty. I use level 1, not level 2. That's true. I use level 1. That's actually, I never even thought about that. That's a great comment. Yes, it's $11.99 for a year of the Discord community, where we do what you saw today every day besides Wednesday. I do this every single day besides Wednesday. Wednesday, I do it with the mentorship group. We trade live with our mentorship group. It's a small group of people, probably about 50 to 60 people. That's on a good day, maybe 20 to 30 on a slow day. It's a smaller group on Wednesdays, but every other day we trade live like we did today in the group. That's good for a year, and you also get lifetime access to the key levels for the $11.99. The link is in the description. The link is pinned in the chat as well. Typical stop loss. I would definitely watch. I'm gonna get you my video tomorrow. I'm gonna send that out, guys. So all these questions about stop losses, all these technical questions about my strategy, you didn't show up yesterday, right? I mean, that's the truth of the matter is you didn't show up yesterday. Everyone that showed up yesterday knows exactly what I did today. Everyone that showed up yesterday is like, yep, that makes a lot of sense. Every trade I took today is exactly what we talked about yesterday. From the stop models, to the entry models, to the, the price action reading. It was all what we talked about yesterday. So I'll get that out to you guys. That was a pretty long session of education that I really am not going to go over again in this session right now. I have a whole presentation that I did yesterday, 3 hours long presentation. And so we'll get it out. I'll let you guys know. But do we get access to the morning levels at 6 a.m.? No, you do not. Morning levels at 6 a.m. is the mentorship. Good books. I like Trading in the Zone. We do not use YouTube for the Discord trading community. There is not any type of delay. The YouTube live trading, this is literally today and tomorrow. That is it. I will not be doing this for another year. This is the last 2 days. I mean, we're just doing this at the end of the year just to have some fun, try to grow the YouTube community, try to get out to more people. That's really it. That's the truth. This is not something I will be doing on a daily basis. And there's no delay on the Zoom and on the Discord chat. So I don't use scanners to find tickers. I basically trade the same stocks every day. Books, Trading in the Zone. Yeah, I'll share the link. I'm pretty sure after we're done, we're going to make this whole playlist public. That's pretty much what I'm going to do. I have yesterday's stream, today's stream in a playlist, and I'll just make it public for everyone to watch. Yeah, I mean, for those that are interested, right, this is our community. The key levels is basically our Desi TA section. So our Desi TA section, every morning I'm doing this TA, all these TA, everything that I'm watching on the day. And then I'm also sharing links to my, so you can press this link and it'll directly go onto your Thinkorswim, right? And then you can press this TradingView link and it will go directly onto your TradingView charts. So you can see, like, this is what I shared this morning. Look at where look where the SPY rejected today. 673, right? This was our level today. So these links are shared. That's part of the key levels there. That is what you get lifetime if you join the 1 year. You switch from TOS? I did not switch from TOS. I use TOS for charting. I just don't use TOS for entering trades. I think TOS is I personally think TOS is very slow for entering trades. I use Interactive Brokers to enter trades. What's the market doing? Are we going back higher? It's just stuck, man. Look, it's gone nowhere since we stopped, so yeah, I'm not feeling any FOMO there. Come to Austin, rounds on me. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, we gotta get we're gonna get a nice golf tournament next year. That's one of Nick. Get mad at Nick if that doesn't happen. Nick, you still here? No golf tournament. If no golf tournament happens, it's Nick's fault. That is Nick's fault. Wow, it's a lot of questions, a lot of people. All right, so we gave away 2. Let's give away. Let's do 3 more giveaways right now. Let's do 3 more giveaways. We are possibly doing a monthly discount, possibly. For now, we're doing this for the yearly. I don't love discounting the monthly because people love to leave and then get mad because I take a single losing trade and then they leave. It's pretty annoying. So I'd like committed people that say, hey, I'm going to try this out. I'm going to be disciplined for a year. I'm going to try this out and see if this community is something that helps me build my trading. And that's really the type of people I want to attract. I really don't want to attract the people that are going to join, take a trade with me, I lose, they complain, they put a 1-star review, this guy lost, this is ridiculous, and then it's just Okay, so let's go ahead and get another. Let's give away. Let's get some giveaways here. Where am I at? Here we go. 3 winners. B, C, okay. Exclude duplicates. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ryan Richards, Adrian Garces, Sebastian Tigglecamp. That's a interesting last name, Sebastian. Sorry, I don't mean to be an ass. I like it though. Sebastian Tigglecamp. Ryan Richards, Adrian Garces, Sebastian Tigglecamp. All right. Those are the 3 winners. So we got 5 total giveaway winners today. We got 5 more tomorrow. We have also a pretty big giveaway tomorrow. May I add. So make sure you have to come tomorrow. Big giveaway tomorrow. More live trading. An extra little cherry on top. Just a little cherry on top as well for you guys that show up all 3 days. You know we're going to, definitely going to do something special for everyone that comes all 3 days. So make sure you come tomorrow. I will shoot an email to those that won with a gift card to our merch store. I also want to let you know about the Black Friday deal for TradeZella. TradeZella is doing a big Black Friday deal. You guys should obviously be tracking your trades, so they're doing a pretty big deal there. $100 off if you use code BF, and you definitely want to use my link for that. So that's right here, TradeZella, if you guys are interested. I'm going to go ahead and put that down in the description below as well. TradeZella, $100 off. Use that code. Code BF. So we got TradeZella giving away some stuff there. We got the merch done. And I think my job is done. We got the giveaway winners. Go check out my video from yesterday. Am I missing anything? You know what? I think if you guys come tomorrow, right, I think maybe we go over that presentation again, right, and really give in some, another sort of set of education, sort of reinstate some of that stuff we talked about yesterday. So maybe we'll end the stream tomorrow with that, with some more education. Did the market fade? Did we just end up failing SPY? Yeah, look at that. Wow. Yeah, just the same SPY level. Same level. Not bad. So let me go back to this. Yeah, same spot. Same damn spot. 673. It's right back into the center. So key levels just unmatched today up on that SPY supply. Great key levels. All right, I'm going to end the day with the group in the community. So I'm going to sign off here on YouTube. Thank you guys for showing up. Again, 48 hours for that discount for the community. I'm going to go head over to the group, end the day there, answer some questions. Code BF. Black Friday. Really enjoyed the stream. Appreciate that, man. Thank you guys for showing up. Thanks for showing support. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. And same time tomorrow, 8 a.m. Same time tomorrow. We'll be here. Press that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. Oh, we got one more like to 3,000. Come on, who can do it? One more. One more like. There it is. 3,000 likes. Hey, let's go, man. Hell yeah. Thanks, Desi. I love you. Love you too, Nick. Let me get this link for you guys one more time. All right, I'm leaving you with the spam. That's my spam for you. Peace and love, everyone. See you tomorrow. All right. What's up, guys?